Welcome everyone, Mist and Lancer are stepping onto orange for this match, with Mist entering as the slight favorite. Lancer holds a slim overall advantage in their head-to-head history. It's interesting to see that translated into a quick start today. Even with a slightly lower overall rating on our ladder, he seems to have a psychological edge over Mist. Lancer is completely taking over this early stage, securing another effortless victory. What a scrap! Both players were trading heavy damage, but Mist manages to claw his way back into this. Lancer is dominating a 4-1 lead right now. Lancer's been an absolute menace in their recent encounters on this map. Lancer is just cruising along with a 5-1 lead. Lancer's recent struggle in the ladder is completely invisible right now. Mist has a 60% win rate in his last 10 games, and he's really looking like the more confident player right now. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Lancer can slow down this momentum shift. Lancer's firmly in control at 6-2. He's definitely leaning on that historical success in this rivalry. Mist is narrowing the gap, sitting back at 3-6. He's playing with a lot more poise than in that 10-13 loss earlier. Lancer is responding instantly. These last few exchanges have been decided in a heartbeat. Lancer still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion. That was an incredibly sharp reaction to close the round. We head into the break with Lancer leading 8-4. Well, that's a strong start for the lower ranked player here. Lancer is really defying his recent poor form by controlling the pace of these first 12 rounds. Time to see if Mist responds. Mist is really fighting an uphill battle at 4-9. He's really asserting himself as the underdog here. Lancer is just merciless, pushing it to 10-4. The higher seed is really feeling the pressure here. Absolute carnage in this exchange, but Mist somehow scrapes through the chaos to keep this fight alive. That's a huge swing in momentum for him right there. Lancer is still far out in front at 10-6. Lancer's been a bit shaky in his recent outings. Lancer is really tightening his grip on this series, putting the pressure back on Mist immediately. Lancer shuts that mini comeback down instantly and moves himself into the driver's seat for the finish. He manages to snatch this one back, refusing to let the game end right now. The higher rating hasn't played a role in the scoreline so far. And that's it! Lancer finishes him off to seal the victory. Just a total shutdown in the end. It's wild seeing him pull this off after that rough patch in the rankings. Welcome everyone! Havoc and Lancer are facing off on Dunes, with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Havoc is really dominating the head-to-head history, holding a massive advantage in the hundreds of games they've played together. It's interesting to see that trend continuing here with a quick start. Now we just have to see if Lancer can find a way to break that pattern. Lancer's trailing by 1, desperately fighting to close this gap. Havoc's showing why he's sitting higher on the ladder. It's a total deadlock right now. Neither of these two is letting the other get any real momentum. Lancer is now pulling ahead with a slender 3-2 lead. The lower ranked player is really holding his own today. A battle for high ground there, but Havoc manages to come out on top. Havoc claws back to lead things 4-3. It looks like a familiar result for the higher rated man. Lancer strikes back, leaving us all tied up at 4. The lower seeded player is showing some real grit today. These exchanges are getting faster and faster, absolutely breathless pace as we approach the double digits. Pure chaos now, as we hit the 5-5 deadlock. Hard to believe Lancer just came from a tough set against Mist. Lancer takes the edge now, leading 6-5. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that win against Mist. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the break. Honestly, Havoc looks solid, but Lancer is proving to be a much tougher opponent than his rating suggests. Fresh start, let's go. Lancer manages to grab another, pushing the lead to 7-6. Quite a different look than that 13-6 blowouter they had recently. Havoc answers right back, and we're deadlocked at 7-0. A really tight race for both of them right now. Lancer is really putting up a fight, keeping this series incredibly tight. And we are back to a stalemate at 8 apiece. The higher seeded player is refusing to blink. Havoc regains the upper hand, moving to a 9-8 lead. Lancer really made that height advantage count, clawing back into a tie. Just an incredibly clean shot to reset things. Havoc just edged ahead with a slim 10-9 advantage. His experience really seems to pay off in these late game scenarios. Havoc's really starting to pull away here, putting Lancer on the defensive as we head into the final stretch. He's simply unstoppable right now, cleaning up from the box to push the lead to 12. Lancer refuses to go down without the fight, digging deep to keep his hopes alive. Lancer manages to stay in the fight right when he needed to. What a fight! He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to close out the series. He really had to fight for every inch of ground in that series, but the veteran poise eventually took over. Lancer put up a hell of a fight, he had to work for that. Welcome to the arena. We've got a great matchup today with Mist taking on the heavily favored Havoc. Havoc comes out on top in the opener, securing the early advantage from the Tetris. That's a very clean start for the higher rated man today. Havoc generally owns this rivalry, holding a huge advantage over Mist in their head-to-head history. But we saw Mist get the better of him in their last meeting. He'll be looking to prove this early momentum isn't just a fluke. We are all squared up now at 2 apiece. It's a surprising look for the lower ranked player right now. Havoc just won the race to the trigger, picking Mist right off the box. Unreal, he survives that absolutely chaotic exchange by a hair, leveling the series at 3-3. Mist pulls ahead, now leading it 4-3. His recent form is definitely showing right now. And Havoc claws back, bringing this deadlock to 4-4. Havoc had the height advantage on the Tetris and really made it count there. The higher rated man is starting to exert his will. Havoc is completely on fire, utilizing the Tetris again to extend his run to 3 straight. He just can't find an answer right now, giving the top seed another easy round. He's putting that higher ranking to use right now. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, everything is going according to script so far. The favorite is comfortably in the driver's seat and he's looking very sharp. Time to see a response from Mist. Havoc is just too fast today, using that high ground to keep the pressure on. He's really putting that rating advantage on display today. Havoc is currently riding a very strong wave, having posted a 22-13 record over the last day. And honestly, that kind of momentum is proving to be a nightmare for Mist to deal with right now. It's becoming a steep uphill climb for the underdog. Havoc takes control from the Tetris, putting an end to Mist's brief resurgence. He's just completely in control, taking another round from the Tetris to put himself one more away from victory. What a finale! Havoc closes the curtain with an incredible streak to take the match. Purely professional. He really exerted his authority over those lines to put this one away quickly. Welcome everyone! We have Mist and Lancer stepping onto Redline to see who can climb the leaderboard today. Mist comes out aggressive here, catching Lancer before he could even settle on that ramp. A quick recovery for him after those 2 losses earlier. Lancer has a narrow lead in their lifetime head-to-head history, so this is really about who can impose their will in the shorter series. He's already taken a game from Mist today, so it'll be interesting to see if he can shake off this slow start. Lancer is really starting to seize the initiative now, having just shut down Mist's attempt to hold that ramp. Lancer is looking sharp right now, erasing that early deficit. Lancer isn't slowing down, putting an end to that early surge by picking Mist off the ramp. Really putting that recent victory on the line. That was a real scrap, but he comes out on top to secure another round. Lancer is definitely making up for his 14-21 run today. Both players took some heavy damage here, but Mist manages to push through for the win. He's really trying to push his way back into the driver's seat. Lancer just can't find a way to clear that ramp, and now the score is completely deadlocked. Hard to believe he's currently sitting in a lower spot on the ladder. He is absolutely on fire right now, taking full control with a 3rd straight victory. Lancer answers back quickly, dropping the shot right onto Mist from the ramp. Lancer has definitely been the better player in their long-term series. Mist manages to hold the ramp and keep his nose ahead as we head into the final stretch of the first half. A very tight race between these two in the rankings right now. Mist holds a 7-5 lead at the break, and that's pretty much where we expected this to be. I mean, both players are trading rounds convincingly, making it a toss-up for the second half. Time to shake things up. Mist is putting on a real display here with a 3-round streak. And honestly, it's a complete reversal from their most recent encounter where he struggled. I wonder if Lancer is just having an off day, or if Mist has finally figured out how to read his movement. Lancer proves that high ground is the way to go, shutting down that long run from Mist. He's definitely fighting a tough trend after that loss to Havoc. Lancer picks him right off the ramp, showing some serious grit to close the gap. The favorite is starting to feel a bit of pressure now. Absolute chaos there. He scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health to keep this surge going. Unreal, a duel to walk away from with barely any health left. Lancer is simply unstoppable, knocking his opponent off the ramp to bring the game back to a complete deadlock. A total flip from how the early stages looked. Just total control from the challenger as he keeps this powerhouse run going to seize the lead. He's simply untouchable right now, picking Mist off the boxes to extend this incredible run. He's completely flipped the script on the original projections. He is in complete control now, putting the pressure on Mist as he moves one more step toward the finish line. The momentum has completely shifted from the pre-game expectations. A huge response from Mist, refusing to go down without a fight. He's definitely not letting this slip away that easily. Absolutely unbelievable. Lancer shows incredible heart to close it out and secure the victory. Lancer really leaned into that momentum shift and just refused to blink. He managed to pull through those nail biters when it mattered most. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we have Havoc and Lancer stepping on to face Aim today. Havoc enters as the favorite in this matchup. Havoc holds a huge historical advantage here with the 71% win rate against Lancer. It's no surprise the favorites are currently moving in the right direction. The real question is if Lancer can find a way to shake that mental weight. He's just too sharp, utilizing the ramp to secure another flawless round. He's looking every bit the number 12 ranked player today. He just keeps rolling, securing a total blowout as the lead grows to 4. The lower rated man is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Lancer answers back quickly to keep this game interesting. That's a solid response for someone's 5th game of the day. Unreal, he nearly threw that away, barely scraping through with a sliver of health. He is definitely leaning on that high volume of experience against his opponent. Havoc has really stayed active today, posting a 22-12 record over the last day. I mean, he's riding a huge wave of confidence, and it shows in how he's controlling this map. Lancer just looks outclassed right now. Havoc claims this one from the wine box, extending his lead to 6 rounds. Lancer is really struggling to find any answers tonight. Lancer gets the read and knocks him right off the wine box. He's fighting a tough uphill battle given the historical gap here. What a fight! He manages to walk away from that absolute carnage with practically nothing left in the tank. He's really showcasing that rating advantage throughout the map. Both of them fought for the high ground, but Havoc just had the faster hands on that ramp. Havoc takes a massive 10-2 lead into the break, and honestly he's just owning this match exactly as predicted. Lancer has no answer for that pace right now. Lancer needs a total reset here. Havoc used that height on the ramp to basically end this on the spot. Lancer is having a tough time matching that momentum today. Havoc just outdueled him from the ramp to put himself one step away from victory. Lancer's defense just couldn't hold up against that kind of pressure. What a finish! He secures the match and shuts the door on this series. Just a complete shutout here. Lancer tried his best, but he simply couldn't keep up with those lightning fast reactions. Welcome everyone. We have Mist and Havoc facing off on Orange, where the favorite looks to maintain their dominance. Havoc holds a huge lead in their long-term rivalry, winning about 68% of their matches together. It's interesting to see Mist grab the early opener after having struggled so much in their head-to-head. Now we see if that early success can actually shake Havoc's confidence. He's just untouchable right now, finishing this one off in under a second. Havoc answers back with a clean sequence, refusing to let the gap widen further. Still the bigger name on the server today. Mist is just relentlessly cruising with a 4-1 cushion. Coming into this, he was clearly the one to beat. He's digging in now, keeping his composure to claw back another one. He definitely has the experience to outlast this early pressure. Havoc has been the far more consistent player today, with a 23-12 record over the last day. It's quite a contrast to see him trailing a player who's fighting through a 3-match slump. He'll want to snap out of this quickly. Mist is firmly in control with a 3-round lead. He's really putting that top quartile status to the test. Mist is really putting the pressure on now, extending that lead to 4 rounds. He's completely shaking off that tough loss from earlier today. Mist is outclassing him, now sitting 3 up. The ladder rating definitely reflects the gap in their current forms. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This is a huge surprise given the gap in their rankings. Havoc is usually the one doing the damage in this rivalry, but the underdog is actually the one in charge right now. Mist is just widening the gap to 8-5. A complete 180 from their last meeting where Havoc looked dominant. Havoc shuts the door from the ramp, showing a lot of heart to chip away at this deficit. He's definitely not letting the match slip away without a fight. Another one for him, continuing this tenacious climb back into the game. The lead is almost gone now. Mist barely keeps his head above water at 9-7. It's a total reversal from their meeting on the AIM map. He's showing a lot of grit, continuing to chip away at the lead. His head-to-head record usually suggests a much easier road than this. Unbelievable, he's completely wiped the slate clean, forcing a deadlock at 9-all. The pressure is shifting completely toward the underdog now. What a scramble! He nearly goes down, but manages to secure a narrow victory to reclaim the lead. It's a huge swing for a guy who's lost his last 3. Pure efficiency from Havoc to bring this series back to a dead heat. A complete deadlock as we head into the final stretch. He just can't be stopped, securing a flawless victory to keep this momentum surging. He's really starting to separate himself from the field. We've reached a total stalemate here. Both players have absolutely everything to play for in these final rounds. He's just completely shifted the energy of this set, putting himself 1 round away from victory. Absolutely incredible. Havoc has come all the way back to seize the victory. He just refused to break under that early pressure. Mist really pushed him to the limit, but his composure won out. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. Mist and Lancer are facing off on dunes in a very close match. Lancer holds a narrow overall lead in their head-to-head history over 2,000 matches. It's interesting because he just took the last encounter between these two. Lancer will want to use that psychological edge to push back now. Mist really has the momentum now, leading 2-1. He's managed to avoid another brutal slide after those early losses today. The tide has completely turned. Lancer was trailing by 2, but he's found his feet and is firmly back in control. Lancer seems to have the mental advantage today. A huge play from the box to secure another round, keeping the pressure on. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. A very sharp reaction there to bring the series level. Both players are looking to snap some tough recent form here. Mist edges ahead by 1 as the tension rises. He's definitely shaking off those 3 recent losses. He's absolutely on fire now, picking up another one to extend that run. A wild exchange of fire, but he pushes through the damage to secure another round. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Mist manages to outlast him and keep this streak alive. He's just unstoppable, extending this massive run to 6 straight before the break. A total turnaround from those recent matches against Havoc. Mist takes a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, this is way more one-sided than anyone anticipated, given how even they usually look on this map. Lancer looks completely lost right now. Lancer needs to wake up now. Mist is effectively dismantling a rival he typically struggles against. And looking at their head-to-head history, it's rare to see him hold such a crushing advantage. It's a complete reversal of the usual dynamic we see between these two. Mist is just cruising now with a 10-5 lead. He is fighting a tough slump with those 4 losses in his last 10. Mist really used the high ground there to shut down any hope of a comeback. He is looking much stronger than his last few matchups. Lancer is refusing to go quietly here, putting up a fight to get back into this series. The gap is closing fast. Lancer is putting together a real run to get himself back in this. He's proving why he's sitting right there at rank 25. An absolutely effortless blow to put him on the verge of victory. What a way to close it out. Mist shuts the door with a lightning fast shot to take the series. He's finally shaken off those recent losses with a statement performance. He just completely outclassed the competition here. Welcome to Italy. Havoc and Lancer are ready to go, with Havoc entering the match as the clear favorite. Havoc has won over 70% of their past meetings, which gives him a massive psychological edge in this series. It looks like that confidence is carrying over from the previous map they played today. We'll see if Lancer can find any answers here. Lancer is fighting back, but Havoc still holds a lead. He's definitely in fine form after that strong run against Mist. Unreal, he survives by a hair after fighting from the wine to take a 3-round lead. He just completely dismantled Lancer's defense, picking him right off the wine to stretch the lead. Absolute control from the favorite as he extends his lead to 5-1. The skill gap between the two is really starting to show. Lancer finally responds with a quick burst to get back into this. Lancer needs this shift after that rough outing on fast aim. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that exchange with his life. The gap is closing fast as Lancer finds his footing. Lancer is on fire right now, securing a 3rd straight win to keep the pressure high. He just barely managed to clutch out that brawl, ending an absolute war of attrition. Havoc has been incredibly hot today, boasting a 22-12 record over the last day. Well, that confidence is clearly translating into a huge gap in efficiency right now. It's going to be a steep climb for Lancer to close this distance. It's 8-4 for Havoc heading into the break. And honestly, the higher rated player is showing exactly why he's favored here. Lancer put up a fight, but Havoc's stability is just too much to handle right now. Havoc regains a 3-round cushion to lead 8-5. The rating difference is definitely a factor, but the momentum is shifting. Havoc pulls further ahead, now sitting comfortable at 9-5. It's a stark contrast to how Lancer struggled in his last outing. Lancer is starting to put up a real fight, refusing to let Havoc cruise to a victory. Lancer puts on a clinic from the wine, continuing his charge to get within 2 rounds. We're seeing a side of this matchup we rarely get in their head-to-heads. Havoc quickly shut that comeback attempt down, picking Lancer off from the wine. The rank 11 seed is just showing too much discipline. The speed of these exchanges is just breathtaking. Havoc is making the game look effortless right now. Lancer manages to push forward and clear out the Tetris, refusing to let Havoc close this out quickly. A lightning fast reaction there, putting the pressure right back on Lancer. He really is looking like a cut above in this series. A crisp shot from Lancer, keeping the dream alive for now. Lancer refuses to just fold up and go home. And that's the game! A clean final shot puts Havoc in control and secures the victory. That's another one in the books for Havoc, who just keeps dominating the all-time record against Lancer. Welcome everyone! We're at the arena for a big clash between Mist and Havoc, where the favorite looks strong today. Havoc has had the upper hand in their career matchups, winning roughly 68% of their encounters. That psychological weight is clearly present, given Havoc just beat him in a close series earlier today. It will be tough for Mist to shake that off. Mist is really putting the pressure on here, catching Havoc right as he stepped onto the Tetris. Deadlock at 2 apiece as they head into round 4. The top 10 talent is really starting to show through. Unbelievable reflex play from Mist, clutching out that fight from the box despite nearly being taken down. Total chaos on the Tetris just now, but Havoc is the one who walks away with the round. Havoc is just one step ahead at 4-3. He's really leaning into that top 10 ranking right now. Mist claws back. We're all square at 4-all. Both of these guys have looked sharp in their earlier sets today. Mist is playing some really aggressive games right now, taking this one quickly from the Tetris. We've reached a total stalemate with both at 5. His recent form has been a cut above the rest today. Mist finally takes the lead at 6-5. That's a surprising shift for a player currently ranked 23rd. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's defying all the odds right now. Havoc is coming in with a hot 5-match win streak, but he's looking completely rattled by the underdog. Time to see how Havoc reacts. Mist keeps his nose ahead, barely holding the line. The rating gap between these two is really starting to matter. Mist is really defying the a priori expectations right now, holding a lead despite a subpar all-time win rate of 48%. It's a huge shift in momentum, since Havoc usually looks so dominant in their history. If he can just maintain this pace, he'll secure his first big win against the top 10 player in quite some time. Absolute nail-biter now, with Havoc leveling it at 8. He's really showing why his recent form has been so dominant. Mist is really putting on a show, shutting Havoc down right as he tried to push from the ramp. Incredible turnaround. We've got a complete tie at 9. Havoc has really been on a tear today with an impressive 23-12 record. Havoc manages to pull ahead by a single point. That was a ridiculously fast exchange to close out the round. Mist holds the high ground on the Tetris to keep this series dead even. Both of them are now staring down a total reset. Havoc makes a quick read here, picking Mist right off the box to take the lead. He is definitely playing the role of the favorite here. Mist keeps the pressure on by denying Havoc that height advantage, leaving us in a total deadlock. That was a complete shutdown, putting the favorite just one round away from victory. That was a lightning fast exchange to close the round. What an absolute brawl to force the tie. Mist manages to outlast him on the Tetris to bring us to 12-12. Havoc makes it happen, catching Mist right as he tried to hold that height advantage. He is certainly managing this series with confidence. Havoc is really picking up speed, putting together some incredibly fast rounds to seize control here. He refuses to go down quietly, keeping the pressure on after that quick trade. That's a massive resilience show from the lower rated player. The momentum has completely shifted back to Mist, who seems to have the upper hand right now. He's really shaking off that loss from earlier on Orange. A perfectly timed shot puts him on the edge of victory. A clean way to put himself in the driver's seat. A ferocious trade, but he survives the exchange to keep things deadlocked at 15 all. Mist takes a commanding lead, putting him up 16-15. Mist stretches his lead to 17-15. It's a complete reversal of their usual head-to-head dynamic. Havoc answers back, trailing by just one now. That top 10 pedigree is showing in the late stages. We are back to a dead heat at 17 apiece. Pure nerves now as they slide into this deep water. A complete toss-up now, despite the gap in their ladders. Mist regains his slim edge at 18-17. It is a complete coin flip at this stage. Havoc fights back to make it 18 all. A massive performance from the underdog to force this deep run. Mist manages to break away with a 19-18 lead. Mist pushes the advantage further, now commanding a 2-point cushion. It's a massive shift from how their usual encounters end. Mist is really pulling away now with a 3-round cushion. He's really rewriting the script today. Mist is absolutely cruising with a 4-round gap. He completely flipped the script in this one and found the answer to the top 10 player. Such a resilient performance. What a fight. Welcome everyone! Mist and Lancer are stepping onto red line today to see who comes out on top. Mist secures the early advantage by using that ramp to get the drop on Lancer. The favorite starts the map with a solid opening statement. Lancer is really struggling to keep up with the pace of this match so far. He just clears him off that ramp, putting the pressure entirely on Lancer. He's really looking for some momentum after that tough 7-13 result earlier. Holy cow, that was way too close, but he somehow claws out the victory to keep this perfect run going. Lancer finally answers back with a clean finish to cut into that lead. It's interesting since he actually holds the all-time head-to-head lead. Mist is currently sitting at 17-19 across his matches today. It's clear that he is carrying plenty of confidence into this particular duel. Lancer is the one who needs to find a way to flip the script if he wants to avoid another losing streak. A flawless reaction from Lancer as he continues this charge back into the game. The underdog is starting to put up a fight. What a performance! Lancer stays hot with another untouchable round to keep this comeback alive. Unbelievable! He's completely erased that deficit and brings us back to a dead heat. A quick response here, reclaiming the lead as we approach the half. A solid showing for the guy sitting at rank 21. Mist takes the 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is playing out exactly as expected for two players this close in skill. Both guys have already put up 4-round streaks, so Lancer is definitely still in the mix. Lancer is currently facing a tough spell with a 30% win rate in his last 10 games. I mean, this slump is clearly starting to bleed into his confidence here. He really needs to figure out a way to break this cycle before Mist completely pulls away. Lancer isn't backing down, quickly securing another point to keep his comeback rolling. What a shift in energy! He just completely leveled the playing field. Tensions are rising as this duel evolves into a complete toss-up. He answers back immediately to regain a slender advantage. Mist extends the gap to 10-8 with a clutch win. Lancer is really feeling the pressure after those tough results against Havoc. He's taking complete control now, using that height on the ramp to secure his third straight point. He's really taken advantage of those recent struggles his opponent has faced. A sharp response from Lancer, who simply refuses to let this game slip away. It looks like the underdog has found a way to steady himself. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Lancer scrapes through with a sliver of health. That was a heart-stopping finish to a crazy exchange. Lancer is simply on fire right now, erasing the lead completely to lock this match into a dead heat. He's proven why that early underdog label was a mistake. Mist catches him right off the ramp to move back into a commanding position. Just in time to hold that dangerous momentum from Lancer. Unbelievable shot. Mist shuts it all down right here and secures the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the limit this time. It's a tough pill to swallow after that huge comeback attempt. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. Havoc and Lancer are stepping onto fast aim, with Havoc entering as the strong favorite today. Havoc holds a staggering 71% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's the dominant force in this matchup over time. He just needs to settle in and shake off a slow start to get back on track. Lancer is really putting the pressure on, leading 2-0. Havoc manages to clear the ramp and we are officially back to a close fight. Havoc is really starting to push the pace, completely flipping the momentum of this series. Lancer has been struggling with a tough stretch of games lately. Lancer still holds a slim lead at 3-2. He's really fighting the tide of those prior losses today. And just like that, Havoc levels the playing field at 3-3. It's a bit of a relief for him after that loss to Mist earlier. Havoc has officially seized control of the match and it's starting to look like a runaway lead. Lancer has been having a rough day across the board. He completely shuts the door on Lancer from the ramp, extending the lead to 5-3. Lancer has had a tough time finding success in his last few series. Lancer manages to fight back, keeping the gap small. Our rank 27 player is refusing to just fade away. Havoc manages to secure that win from the ramp and he is really starting to separate himself here. Havoc has a substantial lead over Lancer in the overall standings, sitting at rank 11 in our rating. It's an edge he's really exploiting now that the pressure has shifted. He's practically in cruise control. Havoc goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, this looks exactly like the script we expected. Lancer is trying to hang in there, but the gap in skill is showing on the scoreboard. Let's see if Lancer finds a spark. Havoc is just too quick for him, catching Lancer right in the window. He has already claimed a victory against this opponent today. Lancer manages to cut that run down, taking the fight right to Havoc while he's perched on the ramp. Lancer is showing some serious resilience right now, taking out Havoc while he's playing from the planks. That's a tough spot to be in after just losing to Mist. What an incredible turnaround. Lancer is just on fire right now. Lancer is completely shutting him down in these exchanges. He's on a roll now, claiming another one from the ramp to keep the momentum shifting. Havoc puts a stop to that run, keeping the lead at 10-8. Lancer's last 24 hours have been incredibly demanding. Havoc is really starting to pull away, moving within striking distance of closing this out. The gap in their overall win percentages is starting to surface. That was a complete shutdown to put him firmly in control of this series. Lancer looks completely rattled after that sequence. Unbelievable! He slams the door shut from the ramp to secure the match. He's just proving why he's the higher seed. Lancer put up a great fight, but the experience difference really showed today. Welcome to the match on Mapas. We have Mist and Havoc facing off, with Havoc entering as the clear favorite. Mist starts things off strong by picking up the first exchange from the ramp. The favorite needs to find an answer quickly. Havoc holds a massive lead over the long term, winning nearly 70% of their past encounters. It's a huge psychological edge that should be playing a role here. I'm curious to see if Mist can keep this series close as the pressure mounts. We've got a dead heat as they head into round 5. He is definitely carrying some confidence from that recent win over Havoc. Havoc seems to be making it look easy today, putting a bit of distance between himself and Mist. Havoc is dominating with a commanding 4-2 lead. He's definitely leaning into that top quartile status right now. Mist strikes back, narrowing the gap to 3-4. He's looking sharp, mirroring that 22-18 performance from their last meeting. Havoc has been in great form recently, boasting a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's an impressive run that shows he's fully capitalized on his current momentum. Now he just needs to stay composed to close this out. Mist is showing real grit here, quickly wiping Havoc right off the ramp. He's definitely making his presence felt on the server today. He's staying aggressive as he continues to claw back into this contest. What a difference a few rounds make for the underdog. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Mist is absolutely ignoring the script right now. He's refusing to let the higher ranked player pull away, and the upset is suddenly very possible. Time to switch it up. He's simply not backing down, taking a narrow lead as he continues this climb.
Total reversal of fortune compared to how they started.
He's completely in control of this series now, taking another one without taking any damage. The momentum shift is palpable right now. Mist pulls ahead by 1, putting the pressure on Havoc. And he shuts down that surge immediately. And we are right back to an 8-all tie. He's showing incredible resolve, reclaiming the lead with a sharp exchange. He's completely flipped the script on this match. Goodness. Both players were almost out of health. Mist barely scrapes by to keep his streak alive. Absolute heart-stopper of a duel. Unbelievable. He survives on a prayer, pulling ahead to 11-8 after a chaotic trade. Pure chaos. He just keeps surviving the impossible. Absolute madness. He somehow digs himself out of that deep hole and puts himself just one step away from victory. He's just completely dismantled the favorite's resolve. And that is it. He finishes him off with a perfect final strike to close out the series. He really capitalized on those tight moments to pull this off. To take down a powerhouse like that is just incredible, truly a stunner. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Mist taking on Lancer in a battle to see who's on top today. Mist entered this match with a 4-win streak. He's clearly carrying a lot of confidence after securing another victory over Lancer just moments ago. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological edge holds throughout this set. Lancer is trailing by 1 and needs a response. Lancer has the long-term lead in their history, but the current tide is shifting. Mist is really putting the pressure on catching Lancer right off that box. He's coming into this one in a much hotter vein than his opponent. Mist is staring down the finish line with a 3-2 lead. Lancer is fighting for his life after a rough day. Mist just widened the gap to 4-2. Lancer's recent slump is really starting to show through here. Lancer's current form has been a real struggle with a 20% win rate over his last 10 outings. He's really fighting an uphill battle now that he's falling behind in the map. It's going to take a complete reset for him to turn this around. He's simply too fast right now, taking a clean 4th in a row. Simply unstoppable. That's a 5th consecutive point for Mist, and he's barely broken a sweat. Lancer finally gets a point on the board, cutting into that lead just before the switch. A crucial spark for him to bring into the break. Mist takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, we expected this to be a tight contest, but Mist is just outclassing him right now. Lancer needs a massive shift in energy if he wants any chance of a comeback. Let's see if the momentum holds. Mist is putting on a clinic, utilizing the height advantage to secure another quick win. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from his previous encounter with Lancer. The gap is just getting too wide. Mist is completely in control of this series right now. Lancer is fighting back, showing a bit of that long-term superiority he usually holds over Mist. Lancer is refusing to go down quietly, finding a way to put 2 straight points on the board. He's just 1 step away from a victory after that swift encounter. Absolute perfection to seal the deal. He closes out the series with a breathtaking finish. He's just on another level right now, and it looks like the gap between these two is finally starting to widen. Welcome everyone, Havoc and Lancer are heading on to Orange for this match, and Havoc looks like the stronger favorite here. Havoc holds a massive 71% lifetime victory rate against Lancer. He's clearly used that historical edge to build some serious confidence. We'll see if that mental advantage keeps him in control as the set progresses. Havoc is running away with it, leading 2-1. He's coming into this set with a decent 24-hour record. Lancer is getting outpaced here. He needs to find a way to slow these rounds down. His superior rank is making a difference in these fast exchanges. What a nail-biter! He barely scrapes through that firefight to secure his third straight victory. Lancer has definitely been struggling in a few of his recent matches today. He's just unstoppable right now, taking total control of the server. Lancer really needs to shake off that heavy slump from his other games today. Lancer manages to hold his ground here and pick up a much needed round. The rating difference is clear, but we've seen Lancer push before. Havoc is playing this perfectly, using that height on the ramp to keep Lancer pinned down. The higher rated man is asserting himself once again. Havoc is just making this look easy, continuing his steer from the ramp. That's a tough stretch for Lancer, having lost his last 3. Emotion Mid Lancer has been having a tough run today with a 13-23 record across his matches. It's an uphill battle for him, but this win shows he can still disrupt Havoc's pace. The real test will be whether he can string these individual rounds together to close the gap Emotion Mid. Havoc goes into the break with a comfortable 9-3 lead. Well, he's living up to his status as the favorite. Lancer needs a big shift in momentum to recover from this deficit. Let's see if Lancer can bounce back. Lancer finds some air and cuts the lead to 9-4. He's certainly fighting hard to avoid a repeat of that previous loss. Havoc extends his grip on the game, now leading 10-4. His current 2014 run over the last day is giving him plenty of momentum. Havoc is putting on a clinic here. He's simply faster to the mark and won't let Lancer get any breathing room. What a scramble. Both players were nearly depleted, but Lancer barely survives that chaos. That was an absolute nail-biter of a finish. Lancer is really putting up a fight now, securing his second straight round to keep this series very much alive. The rank 28 man is starting to find some gaps in the defense. He's on fire now, picking up another clean round to keep the pressure high. Looking back, the rank 12 player is definitely feeling the pressure now. Absolute perfection. He's just completely untouchable right now, picking up another effortless round. The momentum has completely shifted in this set. Havoc snaps back into control from the ramp to put himself just one round away from victory. The skill gap is really showing through in these critical moments. Lancer digs deep here to keep the dream alive, surviving a frantic exchange to stop the bleeding. Lancer simply refuses to go down without a fight. Boom! Havoc closes it out with a final burst to secure the victory. Emotion high, he really proved too fast to handle today, and those quick reflex shots were just out of this world emotion high. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We've got Mist taking on the favored Havoc in a great 1v1 matchup today. Havoc usually dominates the head-to-head, winning 68% of their lifetime meetings. But he is clearly fighting an uphill battle right now. Mist has the psychological edge after winning their most recent duel as well. We'll see if the favorite can shake that off. Havoc holds a slim lead, but Mist is hunting. The top quartile talent is starting to show. Havoc completely shuts things down, catching his opponent on the ramp for a third straight point. He's definitely capitalizing on that ranking advantage right now. Mist reacts faster in a duel on the ramp to close that gap. He's certainly leaning on that strong form from his last few series. The momentum has shifted completely and we've got a dead heat here in the middle of the map. A very tight clash for the number 18 spot. Havoc barely clings to the lead at 4-3. He's showing the form that makes him a top seed tonight. Both players were fighting for that same piece of ground, but Havoc just came out on top again. It's looking like the rank 11 seed is just too sharp. He's completely taking over the server, securing another swift victory. He's certainly putting a stamp on this one so far. He secures the high ground on the ramp and simply refuses to let that momentum slide. Looking completely locked in compared to those earlier struggles. Mist answers back with a clean sequence to keep things interesting heading into the break. Havoc goes into the break with an 8-4 advantage. You know, it's exactly what the numbers predicted before the start. He's simply looking more composed and steady throughout this opening half. Time for Mist to fight back. Havoc's just stay dominating right now, simply popping out of that ramp to take another one. He's really taking advantage of that rating gap today. Havoc has a substantial lead in their historical matchups, winning about 68% of their encounters. It's clear he's leaning into that confidence as he secures this dominant cushion. Mist is going to need a drastic shift in strategy to get back into this. A swift response there to keep the pressure on. He's riding a wave of confidence with those 5 straight wins in his recent run. Mist is starting to put some serious pressure on the lead here. Both of these players have been in high gear all day. He's just on fire, sweeping another point from the ramp to keep this rally going. His recent win over Lancer really set the pace for today. He just shuts it down from the ramp, putting himself one step away from the victory. The higher seed is finally finding his footing again. What a finish! Havoc closes it out with one last burst to seal the deal. A statement win from the top seed who just proved he's still the king of this rivalry. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on Italy today as Mist takes on Lancer in a great match. Mist is holding a higher win rate on this map overall, which gives him a small tactical advantage starting out. It seems Lancer is really struggling to find any momentum after that 7-loss slide recently. He'll need to find a way to stop that streak fast. Mist holds the lead as Lancer fights back. Lancer definitely needs to shake off that recent slump. Lancer is really proving that those historical numbers are no accident. He's refusing to let Mist get any separation early on. Mist still keeps the edge with a 3-2 lead. Lancer is really feeling the pressure today after that rough start. Lancer has finally clawed back to a dead heat. The head-to-head history actually favors Lancer overall. We're seeing some really rapid exchanges here. These rounds are practically over before they even start. Both Mist and Lancer are now perfectly locked in. The underdog is refusing to go away today. Lancer has officially seized control with a 5-4 lead. He's shaken off that previous blowout loss in a big way. He's simply on a different level right now, securing another effortless round to build his lead. What a scramble! Mist barely escapes that chaotic exchange to keep things tight before the break. We've got a 6-all deadlock heading into the break. Honestly, Lancer is playing much better than his current rank would suggest. He's staying aggressive to keep this series perfectly balanced. Fresh start for both players. Lancer takes a narrow 1-round advantage right now. He's really putting that long history against his opponent to good use. Mist has usually been the one coming out on top in their most recent meetings. It's really surprising to see him struggle this much today. He'll need a big adjustment to avoid letting this slip completely. And we are back to a stalemate at 8 apiece. Lancer is having a really difficult afternoon overall. The momentum is shifting back and forth quickly here, making it very tough for anyone to pull away. The lower ranked player is really showing out today. Pure chaos as Mist levels things up at 9-all. What a lightning fast response to take the lead back. Incredible, both of them were nearly gone, but Mist managed to scrap out the victory in that absolute bloodbath. He's completely taking over the server now, stepping up with a huge 3-round surge. Lancer answers back immediately to keep things interesting. Both of these guys have a lot of experience on this map. Lancer has the wind in his sails now, putting the pressure right back on Mist with that streak. The non-P29 rated player is playing like a man possessed. A sharp shot secures the edge, putting the pressure squarely on Lancer now. The favorite is finally showing some stability in the closing stretch. Absolutely flawless response from Lancer to force this series into overtime. Lancer has completely flipped the script, taking total control of the series as we head into the final stages. Lancer is simply outplaying everyone on the server right now. Absolute deadlock. Both players have fought their way back to a total stalemate. That was a lightning fast trade to bring the score level. He barely survives a brutal firefight from the Wine, clutching the win with just 13 health. Unreal shot to pull ahead by 1. The tension is through the roof now. We are looking at a complete nail-biter as they trade blows in the final stretch. The higher-rated player is fighting hard to secure his lead. A remarkably clean display of speed to put Lancer just one step away from victory. Lancer is just not giving an inch right now. A huge play by Mist to pull them even and put him in a position to close this out. Mist takes a one-round lead in this absolute thriller. Lancer just forced a tie at 16-0. Mist manages to regain a sliver of breathing room. His consistency today stands out given his recent 1917 record. Mist extends his cushion to a 2-round lead. He's really leaning into that favorites label now. Mist is clinging to a thin lead at 18-17. A quick correction from him to stay right in the mix. Mist is comfortably in the driver's seat at 19-17. That was just an incredible display of resilience to shut the door. He really had to dig deep for this one. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Havoc and Lancer facing off on Mappas. Havoc enters as the clear favorite today. Havoc has dominated the history between these two, winning over 70% of their lifetime clashes. It's clear that confidence is playing a huge role here, given how deep that lead is. We just have to see if Lancer can find a way to shake that mental weight. That was an effortless trade, and he's now sitting on a perfect start. Unbelievable! He barely scraped through that exchange, but the momentum remains completely on his side. Lancer answers back with a crisp headshot to tighten the gap. Havoc is still firmly in control at 5-1. He's certainly playing like the higher-seeded competitor here. Lancer has been struggling lately with a 12-24 record over the last day. And honestly, that's why it's surprising to see him hold his own like this. He's clearly fighting through a rough patch to keep this series from sliding away too early. Havoc's comfortably cruising ahead with a 6-3 lead. He looks sharp, especially after that 13-7 win over Mist. Lancer has to find a response fast, or this will be a very short evening for him. Lancer is truly fighting an uphill battle here. What a scramble! Lancer barely survives that chaotic exchange to pull one back. Lancer is certainly fighting his way back into this. We head into the break with Havoc leading 7-5. This is pretty much how we expected the match to start. Lancer is hanging in there, but the favorite is simply too consistent right now. Let's see if Lancer finds some rhythm. Goodness, he barely walks away from that one, securing the win from the ramp with a single digit of health left. Lancer's recent struggles make this gap feel even wider. He's putting up a real fight, refusing to let this series slip away. This is an unexpected shift in energy from the underdog. Havoc holds a strong 3-round cushion at 9-6. Lancer's recent struggles are really starting to weigh on him. Havoc stays in a commanding position at 10-6. The higher rating is really starting to translate into raw results. Lancer's hope for a comeback just hit a wall as Havoc extends his lead to 11. Lancer strikes first and fast from the ramp to get another on the board. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now, putting together a nice little run to close this gap. Lancer keeps the momentum shifting in his favor, putting 3 straight on the board. Everything is coming up Lancer right now. Havoc just shots that comeback beat down in an instant, putting himself 1 step away from the win. What a finish! Havoc closes the door with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. Lancer really pushed him there at the end, but he just couldn't find that final gear to bridge the gap. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a big clash between Mist and Havoc. Let's see if the favorite can close this out. Mist came out swinging, catching Havoc completely off guard while he was stuck up on the Tetris. He's looking to shake off that recent 13-7 defeat. Havoc has a substantial historical edge, winning nearly 70% of their previous meetings. It's definitely strange to see him struggling this early, given how consistently he's dominated this particular matchup. He needs to find a way to pivot before this slips away. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just completely owning the pace of this game. Havoc manages to secure a clean kill from the Tetris, getting back on the board. He is certainly operating as the higher ranked player right now. Mist is putting on a real clinic here, capitalizing on that high ground to keep the pressure on. Havoc holds his ground on the Tetris and manages to claw one more back into this series. Mist is just not letting him breathe, completely shutting down that Tetris position. A total reversal of what we usually see when these two meet. Mist has a solid 60% win rate over his last 10 games. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series to really shake the rankings. He's putting on a huge performance despite being the underdog in this pairing. Mist is firmly in control with a commanding 7-4 lead. He's looking a lot more like that 10th ranked player right now. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything about the numbers says Havoc should be running away with this. We are seeing a huge shift in dynamics as the underdog pushes the pace. Fresh start for both players now. He's refusing to go away, keeping the pressure high as he continues this climb back into the game. His class is starting to show through in these later rounds. Mist maintains a 2-round buffer as we hit 14. That's a huge shift from their last run-in. He's showing a lot of grit, securing another fast kill to keep his comeback effort alive. He's completely leveled the playing field, bringing this series back to a dead heat. What a fight! He manages to dig deep and secure the win from the Tetris, though he barely walks away intact. Mist is putting on quite a run, quickly cleaning him up from the ramp to extend that lead. The top 10 standing isn't helping him keep the lead right now. He's absolutely rolling now, putting the pressure back on with another flawless kill. He's really showing some grit here, quickly shutting things down to keep these hopes alive. The gap in the ladder rankings is finally starting to breach. Havoc takes control of the ramp to shut that down, proving he's far from out of this. He's starting to look a lot more comfortable now. Mist secures the trade from the box, moving him just one round away from victory. The higher seed is really feeling the heat tonight. Havoc keeps the dream alive by picking him off the ramp. A very tight window of error as this match reaches its climax. What a way to close it out. Mist secures the final kill and takes the victory. He's finally broken that losing cycle against the top 10. Havoc really gave him a scare late in the set, but he held on. Hard fought win. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Mist and Lancer facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Lancer holds a slight overall lead in their head-to-head history, but Mist has completely taken over the most recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if those early rounds can shift the momentum back in Lancer's direction. Lancer is looking sharp early on, capitalizing on that ramp position to take an early lead. Despite the slow start, he is still the higher-rated player on the ladder. A complete shutout as he keeps the pressure on from the ramp. Quite a change from the 1917 result we saw earlier today. Mist secures a clean look from the ramp to get back on the board. He needed to find some footing after that rough opening sequence. Lancer looked way more composed there, winning that race to the head while they both fought for the same ground. Lancer is just too fast today, putting Mist in a really tough spot early on. Lancer is really shaking off a rough run of form today. Lancer had the upper hand for a while, but Mist is starting to claw his way back into this match. A very different outcome than Lancer's usual dominance in this matchup. Lancer has actually won over half of their lifetime encounters, though his form leading into this match has been quite poor. It seems he's finally shaking off those losses to put the pressure back on Mist. Lancer keeps the lead and holds that window angle well to keep himself comfortably in front. The lower ranked player is putting on a serious performance right now. Wow, what a scramble. Mist almost didn't make it out of that one, but he manages to secure the round. He really had to dig deep for that victory. Lancer is still dominating with a healthy 8-free cushion. Lancer is leading 8-4 heading into the break. I mean, we expected Mist to have the advantage here. Lancer is effectively reversing his recent trend of losses with some really strong play. Time to see if the tide turns. Unreal, he manages to survive that firefight and knock Mist right off the ramp. A scary low health situation, but he managed to clutch it. Lancer just keeps finding that high ground, putting an immense amount of pressure on the match right now. He's playing way above that rank 29 status right now. He's absolutely suffocating his opponent now, extending the lead to 11-4. Mist manages to trade a blow and take the round for himself. He's definitely fighting to get back to that 15th place ranking. And he's just one step away now, completely outclassing Mist from below that ramp. The favorite is really struggling to find any answers today. He keeps his composure to take the round, though he's still fighting an uphill battle. He needs to start stacking these points if he wants any hope. A lightning fast reflex play keeps the dream alive for Mist. The pressure is definitely mounting for the rank 29 player now. He just won't let up, forcing his opponent off the ramp to keep this streak alive. The momentum has completely shifted in this clash. What a huge final play. Lancer shuts the door from the window to claim the victory. He really proved that the rankings don't mean anything today. He's finally snapped that losing streak and looks dangerous again. Welcome everyone, we've got Havoc and Lancer facing off on Dunes. Havoc is the favorite here, but let's see how it goes. Havoc holds a commanding 71% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he has the mental edge over Lancer. We'll see if that confidence translates into a quick blowout here. Havoc is pulling ahead now with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is fighting a tough uphill battle today with that 13-23 record. The momentum is completely shifted. Lancer is on fire right now, evening things up with 2 fast rounds in a row. Havoc just claws back into a 3-2 advantage. A big difference in quality shows between these two on the ladder. Havoc extends his lead, moving up to 4-2. Lancer's recent form has really been a struggle, with only 10% wins lately. Lancer is staying sharp and refuses to let the lead slip away, quickly knocking Havoc off the box. Lancer tried to play it safe from above, but Havoc just reads him way too well right now. He's currently sitting in the top 11 of our rating. Lancer is closing in as Havoc holds a thin 5-4 lead. Lancer is really fighting to erase that deficit from their last encounter. Lancer has clawed back to a deadlock at 5-all. He's putting up a real fight despite being lower on the ladder. He's completely in control now, taking a commanding lead just before the break. We're all tied up at 6-all. Lancer is playing way above his rank right now. He's holding his own against the favorite, but we'll see if he can keep this pressure up in the second half. Fresh start for both guys here. Havoc takes the lead back, moving up to 7. He's clearly feeling the comfort of that head-to-head dominance. Havoc has put up 21 wins today. Well, he's definitely in peak form compared to Lancer, who has struggled to a 13-23 record over the same period. This consistency is exactly what we're seeing as he pulls away here. He's just unstoppable right now, landing another huge shot from the box to keep this roll going. Absolutely outclassed in that exchange, he's just not letting up. Lancer just can't find any answer for these rapid-fire rounds. Unreal, he survives a chaotic exchange by a hair to put himself on the verge of victory. The sheer luck involved in that survival was crazy. What a performance! Havoc shuts the door on this match with a flawless final sequence. That 7-round run really broke the spirit of the match and proved why he's sitting higher in the ranks. Welcome everyone! We're on Orange for a match between Mist and Havoc, where the favorite looks to maintain his dominance. Havoc holds a massive head-to-head advantage with 526 total wins over Mist. It's clear why the books have him as such a heavy favorite here. We just have to see if Mist can shake that history and find some early momentum. Mist is really heating up with a 2-1 lead. His rank 11 status isn't showing through these first few rounds. We're back to a deadlock. Both of these guys are trading rounds like punches in a boxing match. A very strong start to the session for the favorite. Havoc is starting to pull ahead, putting a clean end to that encounter from the ramp. Both of these players have been extremely consistent in their last 10 outings. A totally untouchable sequence from the favorite, who's now sitting on 3 straight wins. An absolute whitewash, as he extends the lead to 5 rounds. He really seems to have the upper hand in these matchups. He just won't let up, extending that streak to 5. That dominance is mirrored in the higher ranking he holds. He manages to trade back around here, cutting the gap to 3. He's shown we can't count him out based on that last win on Blame Man. He's continuing the push, putting some serious pressure on the favorite now. He's certainly not playing like a typical underdog right now. Havoc has been reasonably productive today with a 22-13 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, he's keeping that high level of performance consistent throughout the session. It will be interesting to see if he can push this lead even further. We've got a 4-8 lead for Havoc heading into the break. Well, the script is playing out exactly as we thought. The favorite is firmly in charge after putting together a strong run of rounds. Mist strikes back and narrows it to 5-8. This looks like a repeat of their close clash on Blame map. He's showing a lot of heart right now, securing another quick win to keep the pressure on. Havoc answers back and regains a 3-round cushion. A steady performance from the higher seed today. Mist barely scrapes one back to make it 6-10. His high tier rank seems to be the difference maker here. He's totally back in control, shutting down that brief comeback attempt with a sharp look. Mist earns another one, refusing to let the match slip away. He's certainly proven that his win on Blame map wasn't a fluke. Mist is putting on a real show, refusing to back down and chipping away at that lead. He's on fire. That's 3 in a row for Mist as he keeps this comeback rolling. He is absolutely unstoppable right now, picking up another effortless victory to keep the surge going. A lightning fast response to put an end to that momentum, and now Havoc is just one step away from victory. What a finish. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep to close that out after Mist pushed him to the limit. What a fight. Welcome everyone! Mist and Lancer are stepping onto Italy for this duel, with Mist entering as the slight favorite today. Lancer has traditionally been the stronger player in this specific rivalry, holding a slight overall lead in their head-to-head history. It's a tough spot to be in for Mist, but he's clearly looking to flip that script today. Lancer's now firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's clearly not bothered by being the underdog today. Both players took a lot of damage here, but he secures his 3rd straight win. Lancer have had the upper hand in most of their meetings. He's completely unstoppable right now, taking a 4th consecutive round. Mist is definitely feeling the weight of those recent losses today. Lancer is simply outclassing him right now, putting up 5 straight wins. Lancer has consistently gotten the better of him in their long history. Finally, Mist secures a huge response to put a halt to that streak. He's showing some real grit here, putting together a strong run to chip away at that lead. The favorite is finally starting to find some openings here. Emotion Mid Mist has a slightly better overall success rate on this specific map. It's just not translating into results today. I mean, the rankings definitely favor him, but Lancer is simply ignoring those numbers right now. Emotion Mid... Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that exchange, clawing back a point right before the intermission. That fight was an absolute nail-biter. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's definitely proving the doubters wrong by holding the advantage here. He looked sharp early on, but Mist is starting to push back now. Fresh start for both of them. He keeps the pressure on, refusing to let the lead slide further away. He is really starting to dictate the tempo now. He's leveled the playing field. We are all square at 7-7 as the comeback continues. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He manages to survive by a thread and takes a commanding lead in this comeback. Simply unstoppable right now. A total shutdown to keep that roll going. Lancer manages to snap the momentum and brings the gap down to a single round. A critical moment for Lancer, as he's struggled through 10 recent outings. He's just too sharp right now, walking away from that encounter without taking a single point of damage. Mist is now just one step ahead at 10-9. Lancer is really trying to make up for that tough 13-22 day. He's just too fast right now, securing another point with an incredibly quick reaction. He is simply too lethal right now, moving one step closer to closing this out. The raw skill gap on the ladder is starting to show through. Lancer stops the momentum with a precise shot, showing incredible spirit to keep this match alive. He just won't stay down, delivering a sudden burst to put more pressure on Mist. What a finale! He closes it out with a picture-perfect shot to complete the come-from-behind victory. He really had to dig deep to get this one over the line. Lancer fought back so hard, but the persistence finally paid off for Mist. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc is looking strong as the favorite today, but Lancer is ready to fight back on Mappas. Havoc has an overwhelming historical lead with a 71% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It's no surprise he's looking comfortable here. Lancer really needs to find a way to shake that confidence early on if he wants to stand a chance. Havoc is putting on the pressure with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is staying aggressive, catching Havoc as he tried to hold the ramp. The gap in the ladder isn't showing at all right now. Havoc holds a slim edge, leading 3-2. He's been on a roll lately with that 70% form. What a fight! Lancer barely scrapes through a frantic exchange to even things up at 3-3. We're seeing a much closer contest than their last meeting suggests. Unreal. Havoc barely survives that chaotic exchange to reclaim the lead. The lower-seeded man is really fighting for his life here. Havoc has been remarkably consistent today with a 21 and 13 record over the last day. So yeah, he's effectively converting that hot streak into a solid cushion. Lancer will need to find a way to disrupt this momentum before the deficit becomes insurmountable. Lancer is really picking up speed now, quickly shutting Havoc down as he tried to hold that ramp. Total parity. Now, we are locked in a deadlock. He's just completely in control now, taking a commanding lead heading into the break. That's a huge swing in momentum for the underdog. We head into the break all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, the higher seed is holding his own, but Lancer is proving surprisingly tough to shake today. Fresh starts and swapped sides now. Havoc manages to pull ahead by a single round. Lancer's recent struggle in his last 10 games is starting to show. And we're back to a dead heat at 7-0. He's really fighting to close that rating gap today. Havoc secures the advantage by timing that push from the ramp perfectly. Havoc just read him like a book, catching Lancer right as he tried to hold that ramp. The rank gap is starting to feel quite significant here. Havoc barely holds the lead now, sitting at 9-8. Just a glance at the numbers and Lancer is fighting an uphill battle. Lancer strikes back, leaving us deadlocked at 9 apiece. The momentum has shifted completely in this one. Lancer was starting to claw back, but Havoc just put a stop to that little run. The 10-spot ranking really shows in the fundamentals here. Havoc is starting to distance himself, utilizing the ramp to keep the momentum firmly in his favor. He's definitely leaning into that top 10 rank right now. He's absolutely on fire right now, moving within a single round of closing this match out. Lancer is just completely out of options right now. Lancer digs deep here, surviving a brutal exchange to keep his hopes alive. Lancer refuses to just roll over in this one. And there it is. Havoc shuts the door with a pristine final kill to secure the victory. He really pushed it to the limit this time, making the favorite sweat for every single round. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on fast aim for this one as Mist takes on the heavily favored Havoc. Mist came out with the faster reaction there, catching Havoc right off the toolbox to start things off. A strong start for the player trailing in their head-to-head. Havoc has a commanding record against Mist, winning about 68% of their head-to-head clashes. It's a huge mental edge for the higher rated player to have. We'll see if Mist can shake that history and find a way to close this out. Mist is really putting the pressure on here, picking Havoc right off the ramp to extend that lead. He's definitely looking far more confident than in that last encounter. Mist is just one step ahead, leading it 3-2. Havoc has been on a tear today with a 22-13 record. Mist is really capitalizing on the gaps here, catching Havoc perfectly as he pushed up the ramp. Rarely do we see Mist controlling the pace like this. Havoc manages to clear him out of the ramp area, bringing this game right back to a one-round difference. He's putting that top quartile ranking into practice. Havoc is really capitalizing on the heights now, picking Mist off from that wine box to even things up. Coming into this one with a strong head-to-head record, Mist puts an end to that quick attempt by Havoc to hold the high ground. He's certainly playing the spoiler against the higher seed right now. Havoc secures the trade back, shutting Mist down while holding the ramp. His experience in over 16,000 matches is starting to show. Havoc claims the lead, putting Mist back on the chase. He's showing why he's ranked in the top 10 of the ladder. It's 7-5 going into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. Havoc looks like the stronger player, and the skill gap is showing on the scoreboard right now. Let's see if Mist can dig in. Havoc really has the momentum now, securing another clean win from the ramp to put some serious distance between them. He's looking every bit the favorite tonight. Havoc is just too fast right now, shutting him down from the ramp to extend this run. Havoc is simply outclassing him right now, picking him off the ramp to push the gap to 5. The gap in their raw experience is making this a very one-sided fight. Havoc completely shuts him down from the wine box, continuing this incredible run. Hard to see where the opening push from Mist went. He's absolutely terrifying right now, securing a clean victory to put himself on match point. That's a brutal sequence of rounds for the trailing player. Mist manages to hold his ground and close back around here. Just a glimmer of hope for the underdog now. Unbelievable! Havoc closes the door on the match, finally shutting down Mist for the final victory. He's just playing on a different level today, keeping that win streak alive for another match. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Mist and Lancer facing off today on red line to see who comes out on top. Lancer jumps out to an early lead, catching Mist right as he stepped up onto that ramp. A great way to start for someone who had a rough 10% run lately. Lancer has the height advantage and is making a point of it early on. A real reversal from their last meeting on AIM Italy P. Lancer wins another fierce firefight, extending his grip on the early game. He's clearly taking advantage of a slow start from his opponent. Unbelievable efficiency from the frontrunner, walking away from this duel completely unscathed. What a fight! Mist barely clings to life after that slugfest from the ramp. He's definitely trying to maintain the upper hand in this matchup. Absolute chaos. He digs deep to scrape out a victory, barely hanging on with a sliver of health. He's finally starting to play like the favorite we expected. Lancer holds a slight advantage in their lifelong rivalry. And you can see that history repeating itself with the way he's controlling the pace today. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum through the first half. Lancer just can't be shaken off that ramp, looking completely comfortable with his lead right now. That gap in the ladder rankings is barely showing right now. What a scrap! Mist barely walks away from that chaos alive to pull the score to 3-6. The 19th seed is refusing to let this game slide. Lancer pushes further ahead, now leading 7-3. Lancer is certainly making up for those recent losses to Havoc. Mist claws back 1, trailing by 3 now. That was an incredibly quick trade to close out the round. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's looking much sharper than his recent form suggests. Mist has survived some scary moments, so let's see if he can close that 2-round gap on the flip. Time to switch things up. He manages to outlast the exchange here, continuing this impressive climb back into the game. The momentum is shifting firmly in his direction now. Unbelievable! He secures the peak from the ramp to tie this match up at 7-all. The favorite has finally found his footing in this series. Lancer edges ahead again, barely keeping the lead at 8-7. A crucial win for him, given his 12-23 record over the last day. Unbelievable! Mist manages to secure the tie, barely staying on his feet after that brutal exchange. He's just outlasting everyone today, surviving another nail-biter. He's simply refusing to back down, claiming his first lead of the map. He's finally playing like the seed he's expected to be. Lancer just takes the duel from below and suddenly we are back to a dead heat. Lancer is really digging in to prove he can handle this rivalry. Lancer looks just as comfortable from the ramp now as he did in the first half. He's clearly fighting to overcome that historic deficit in the head-to-head. Mist just clears Lancer off the ramp, bringing this series back to a dead even split. Total reset, we're headed for a real nail-biter here. He's just not quitting, absorbing a heavy hit and firing back to seize the lead. Lancer is fighting uphill now, desperately needing to stabilize this side. He's simply unstoppable right now, putting himself on match point with another commanding victory. Everything is clicking for the higher ranked player right now. Lancer puts an end to that run with a perfect shot, staying alive to keep his hopes alive. He's showing exactly why he's respected in this league. What a finish. Mist completes the incredible climb and secures the map victory. He really had to grit his teeth for that one, surviving so many scrapes on the brink of death. That's a huge confidence boost. He had to work for that. Welcome to the arena for today's duel. Havoc is looking strong, but Lancer is ready to fight for the win. Havoc carries a massive head-to-head advantage, winning over 70% of their previous encounters. It is a stark contrast to Lancer's current slump, but that confidence should be there for the favorite. We'll see if he can put it together now. Havoc is just one step ahead in this battle. Lancer has really struggled to find a way forward today. He's just not missing. That's 3 straight for Havoc, and he walks away completely unscathed. He's showing exactly why he's seated in the top 10 right now. He just can't find an answer for those shots from the Tetris. Lancer is really feeling the weight of that negative record from today. Absolutely crushing it. That's 5 for the favorite, and he hasn't let a single shot land. He's just completely in control, taking a 6th consecutive round to widen the gap. The difference in their recent form is becoming glaringly obvious. Havoc holds his ground on the ramp to secure another win, though he almost didn't walk away from that one. He's keeping up a strong pace across his full slate today. Finally, a response from Lancer to hold that momentum. He really needs a strong series here after those tough losses to Mist. Havoc is really putting his weight behind this one, having already gone 22-12 in his matches today. So yeah, you can see how that high volume of wins is translating into pure confidence on the server. It'll be a massive uphill climb for Lancer to claw back into this. Havoc goes into the break with a 9-3 lead. Well, everything is playing out exactly as the rankings suggested. He looked far too sharp and Lancer just can't find a way to stop him. Let's see if Lancer can reset. Havoc pushes his lead to 10, leaving Lancer trailing. The gap in rating is starting to feel like a mountain here. Lancer is staring at a steep 10-4 deficit now. He's really battling against a tough run of form today. Havoc really loves that high ground, putting the pressure back on Lancer immediately. He's certainly justifying that higher position on the ladder. That is a massive lead, and he's just 1 round away from ending this series. Exactly what you'd expect from the top end of the bracket. Lancer reacts quickly and clears him off the Tetris to keep the match alive. Lancer just needed that one successful duel to shake things up. Another quick outplay from Lancer, though he's still trailing by 6. Lancer looks much sharper on the offensive now. He's really digging in now, taking a 3rd consecutive round to keep the dream alive. Things are getting tense for the top-seeded player now. And there it is. Havoc shot that down completely to secure the victory. He's just on another level right now. Lancer fought hard late, but he couldn't bridge that skill gap. Welcome everyone to today's match on Italy. Let's see if Mist can pull off an upset against the heavily favored Havoc. Mist has a slight historical edge here with a 51% win rate on this map. That gives him a bit of confidence going into the early game, especially since he just took the first round. It will be interesting to see if that local map advantage helps him overcome the ranking gap. Havoc strikes back and now holds a narrow lead. He is really leaning into that top quartile ranking. These two are trading blows back and forth. It's a complete deadlock right now. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange to secure another round. He's really showing why he holds that head-to-head advantage. And we are completely tied up at 3 apiece. Mist is looking surprisingly steady today after those hard-fought wins over Lancer. Havoc is just too sharp right now, shutting Mist down even from that high ground. That high ground position just didn't pay off for him. We're back to a dead heat at 4-all. It's a different story than their last meeting on Fast Aim. Mist barely edges ahead with a 5-4 lead. It's a huge shakeup given the historical dominance we usually see here. These two are absolutely locked in. Neither one is willing to let the other get any momentum. Mist puts the pressure on with a 6-5 lead. He's really finding a way to dismantle the historical gap tonight. We're sitting at 6 all headed into the break. Well, this is far closer than anyone projected. Havoc usually owns this matchup, but Mist is proving he can trade blows with the top 10 today. Time to see who blinks first. Mist keeps the lead, edging ahead 7-6. The number 18 seed is really standing his ground. Havoc claws back to bring us level at 7 apiece. A very impressive run overall for a player sitting in the top 10. Mist is really putting on a clinic in the mid game here, fighting for control of every single point. A total stalemate now with both players at 8. He is certainly playing like the favorite in this series. Mist grabs another one to push ahead 9-8. That's a complete reversal of the last series on Fast Aim. Mist is really capitalizing on his current momentum. And honestly, seeing him push this lead while Havoc is on a 2-round slide is a complete shift in energy. The pressure is firmly on the higher rated player now. Incredible, he takes a huge amount of damage, but manages to come out on top in a frantic exchange. Both of these players are refusing to let the other get any breathing room today. Havoc is putting together a real run here, putting an end to that tie and taking control of the series. A gritty exchange there, but Mist manages to come out on top to secure his lead. He is really defying all the expectations tonight. What a way to close out regulation. Havoc completely shut him down to force the overtime tie. That was an incredibly fast reaction, leaving Havoc with absolutely no time to respond. That's a massive swing considering their career numbers. A clean look from the Wine to put him back on top for this round. This puts both players on equal footing as we head into the break. Havoc is moving in the right direction here, putting himself just one step away from closing this out. He's definitely playing as the more seasoned veteran today. Absolutely effortless, he just keeps piling on the pressure as he looks to close this series out. The experience is showing as he maintains his composure in this late stretch. Absolute perfection to finish it all off. Havoc closes the door and claims the victory. He really had to dig deep to find that edge in overtime. Mist fought him every step of the way. What a series. Welcome to Orange. Mist and Lancer are facing off today, and Mist is currently looking like the stronger pick. Lancer is currently struggling through a tough slump, coming into this with a 10% win rate over his last 10 matches, and that lack of confidence seems to be carrying over into this series. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake that off before he falls too far behind. Mist holds a tight lead with 2 rounds up. Lancer definitely can't afford another slump like that. These two are trading blows constantly. It's an absolute dead heat at the moment. The numbers in the head-to-head are actually very close. Lancer has clawed back to a 3-2 advantage. He's really fighting against that historical trend today. Unbelievable! He barely clings to life after that exchange to bring the series back to a deadlock. Mist puts the pressure back on with a 4-3 edge. It's starting to look like a repeat of their last meeting. We are all square now with Lancer tying it up. Mist is starting to carve out a bit of a cushion here as the rounds get faster. A very focused start to the session for the higher rated player. Mist has the advantage on this map with a 46% win rate. And that slight edge is translating perfectly into his current momentum. It's clear he's feeling comfortable out there right now. Lancer manages to shut that down and forces the series back into a dead heat. That's a tough break for a player ranked in the top 20. Mist goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. Lancer is playing respectable defense, but he just can't quite match the consistency of the higher rated player right now. Mist pushes ahead once more, holding on to a narrow lead. Lancer is starting to lean on that historical head-to-head advantage. Mist is pulling away with an 8-6 cushion. Lancer is really feeling the weight of those recent losses. Lancer's back against the wall now. He really needs to put up a fight if he wants to stay in this. Lancer walks away completely unscathed, showing some real grit to keep this fight alive. A clean answer to keep the scoreline competitive. Mist extends his dominance, now sitting 3 rounds ahead. Lancer's current slump is starting to feel like a permanent fixture. He shows a lot of heart here, shutting down that momentum with an effortless kill. He needs a strong push to keep the deficit manageable. He is really refusing to back down, putting together a strong sequence to narrow the gap. Just as Lancer seemed to be getting his momentum back, Mist shuts the door on that little streak. Lancer is really having a rough day with those 10 losses. Lancer just delivers a perfect shot, showing incredible spirit as he keeps climbing back. It's a fierce battle of wills now. Lancer has found his second wind and manages to completely reset the map. Total chaos in this series, neither player can firmly grip the lead. A sharp response from Mist to regain control, putting himself on the verge of victory. Lancer really needs to find some composure here. What a finish! Mist closes it out with a huge final shot to secure the victory. That's a brutal way to go out for Lancer, especially after he pushed this so far. He fought an incredible battle today. What a match! Welcome to the stream! We've got Havoc and Lancer facing off on Mappas, with the favorite looking to keep his momentum. Havoc holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history. It's an odd start given that he's also entered this match on a 6-game win streak. Now we'll see if Lancer can actually break that pattern. Lancer strikes back and we are deadlocked at 1 apiece. Lancer is really struggling to find some footing today. Havoc pulls ahead again to take a 2-1 lead. Lancer has really struggled to find an edge in their recent games. Lancer manages to hold the ramp and evens things up, refusing to let Havoc slide into a comfortable lead. Lancer secures a commanding 3-2 lead right now. Lancer is fighting through a tough run of form today. Wow, what a scramble! He barely scraped through that exchange to bring the score level. A tight contest so far, regardless of the rating gap. What a fight! He nearly went down, but somehow came out on top in that chaotic exchange. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence than we've seen from him today. And just like that, Havoc forces a dead heat. His ranking definitely suggests he should be taking control here. Havoc edges ahead again. putting him up 5-4. Lancer is really feeling the weight of that 10-26 day. Lancer is proving that the head-to-head history doesn't matter when you're playing this well. Lancer is really putting those lower ladder numbers to the test. Lancer takes the lead, putting him up 6-5. The number 8 spot on the ladder isn't doing him any favors right now. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is an absolute shock given Lancer's recent 6-game losing streak. He's completely ignored the stats to push the favorite onto the back foot. Let's see how he adjusts. Havoc takes control of the ramp here to bring the series right back to a tie. The skill gap is evident, even with the tight scoreline. Lancer has only won about 10% of his last 10 matches, but he's absolutely defying the odds in this series. It's a complete flip from their last meeting where Havoc dominated. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can sustain this level of play. Lancer is continuing his search to lead 9-7. He really keeps digging deep today. Unbelievable! Lancer barely survives that scrap, managing to shut him down from the ramp with just a sliver of health left. Total heartbreaker for Havoc to get outplayed there. Lancer is simply outclassing him right now, extending that lead to 11. This looks nothing like that 13-7 blowout from their previous series. Havoc manages to win the exchange, clawing back around for himself. It is a huge mountain to climb for someone ranked 30. Lancer answers back immediately, putting himself on the verge of victory. He is truly putting on a clinic against the higher seed. He manages to scrap out another round to keep himself in the game. He's desperately trying to flip the script on his current poor form. He's refusing to go quietly, grabbing another round to keep his hopes alive. Lancer looks visibly shaken after that sequence. Absolutely ruthless. He is putting on an incredible charge to keep this game alive. Unreal grit from the underdog. He survives a fierce slugfest to force a tie and send us into overtime. Everything is on the line as we enter this final stretch. Lancer shuts the door on Havoc, taking the narrow lead back into his hands. A complete reversal from the 13-7 result they shared recently. Absolute grit from the top seed to level the score and keep this fight going. Neither player is given an inch as they enter the final stretch. Lancer is playing incredibly sharp, shutting him down right on that ramp. Lancer just needed one clean exchange to snatch that lead back. What a fight! Havoc claws back into this, barely surviving an intense shootout to bring the tally even. Both of them are playing right on the edge right now. That was completely effortless, leaving him in the dust and putting the pressure back on Havoc. Shattering the tension with a perfect finish, Lancer closes out the series. He just completely shifted the momentum in a legendary overtime brawl to pull off the upset. Truly a gutsy performance from someone who had everything stacked against him today. What a fight. Welcome everyone! Mist and Havoc are facing off on red line today, and the favorite is looking strong for this one. Havoc has historically held the upper hand, winning about 68% of their lifetime encounters. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this series, after already taking the first map today. Let's see if Mist can actually find an answer to that legacy. Havoc is really putting the pressure on Mist now. The top 10 skill advantage is starting to show. Mist just erased the elevation advantage and managed to put this one even. He is proving to be a very tough opponent today. Mist holds a thin 3-2 lead heading into this. He's fighting back after that tough 13-16 defeat earlier today. He's just unstoppable right now, securing another quick win from the ramp. It's a complete flip from that close score earlier today. Mist just shuts him down from the ramp and continues to steamroll this series. It's a strange look for a top 10 rated player right now. Havoc responds instantly with a lightning fast shot to halt that momentum. The favorite is finally starting to wake up. Mist is really pushing the pace and securing a strong 6-3 lead. Well, he has fought through some incredibly tough losses today, so seeing him dictate the tempo like this is a huge shift. Let's see if Havoc can find a way to settle back in. Another clinical exchange from the ramp, and he's now completely taken over this match. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this one. Mist heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, it's a shocking start for the higher ranked player. Havoc usually owns this matchup, but he's simply not keeping up with the underdog right now. Havoc needs a clean reset here. Mist is just too fast right now, catching Havoc before he could even react on the ramp. The gaps in their recent form are becoming far more apparent. Mist secures the win from the boxes, and he's just totally in control right now. It's a complete turnaround from that Italy defeat they shared earlier. He maintains that high ground to secure another victory from the ramp. His usual edge just isn't showing up in this one. Havoc manages to secure a clean get, finally putting a stop to the run. He practically ignores the height advantage and puts himself just one step away from victory. The gap in their ratings is finally starting to make sense. Havoc manages to secure a quick win from the box, delaying that final blow. Another fast reflex play puts him in a position to keep this battle going. He just blew right through the defenses, picking him off the ramp to keep this streak rolling. That's a huge swing in momentum for the favorite. He is on fire, securing another round to keep the dream alive. The higher seed is finally showing his true colors. What a finish! Mist closes this out in a flash to secure the victory. The resilience from the lower seed is just incredible. He refused to let the favorite close the door on him today. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on dunes for a great matchup between Mist and Lancer to see who takes the win. What a chaotic scramble! Lancer barely clings to life after that brutal exchange to take the early lead. Mist manages to shut him down from the ground, quickly evening things up. He's got the edge in their lifelong head-to-head rivalry. Mist holds the upper hand in our ratings. And he's been the one coming out on top in most of their recent meetings. It'll be interesting to see if he can translate that confidence into the server today. Lancer is dominating now with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's really making the most of this server session today. Mist is fighting back hard to keep this 3-2 series alive. The higher rated side is starting to show unreal. He survives a total firefight by the skin of his teeth to push the score to 4-2. Lancer is just relentless, pushing the tally to 5-2. A stark contrast to how his day has been going overall. A complete shutdown there, and he's just rolling right through this match. Hard to believe given how Lancer has struggled throughout the day. Lancer completely takes over, outplaying his opponent to secure a 4th straight win. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, securing another flawless encounter to keep the heat on. Mist manages to pick him off the box and secures a round just before the side swap. A quick reset of the pace as we head into the break. We're heading into the break with Lancer up 9-3. Honestly, it's a total shock given the rating gap. Mist looked like the safer bet coming in, but he's just getting outshot right now. Time to see if Mist can rally. Lancer is really putting that lifelong rivalry to good use, holding a slight edge over their thousands of total encounters. It's just surprising to see him this focused, given he's had a pretty rough run today. He's effectively flipping the script on the favorite here. He's managed to snap that streak, but Lancer is still firmly in the driver's seat here. Mist is certainly picking up speed here, cutting into that deficit with a couple of fast rounds. Lancer has been struggling quite a bit throughout the day. What an absolute nail-biter! He barely walks away from that disaster of a fight, but it's another huge point for the comeback effort. Lancer puts a stop to that momentum shift, leaving him just one round away from victory. A high-pressure moment for the favorite to find an answer. Lancer closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the series. A seriously impressive turnaround for the underdog, proving that his bad run today was just a fluke. Welcome back to Berserk League. We have Havoc and Lancer facing off on Italy, with the favorite looking to dominate. Havoc holds a massive historical lead with 745 total wins over his opponent. It's a stark contrast to how the two have looked today. Lancer is really struggling to keep up his recent pace in this specific series. Havoc is pulling ahead, leading 2-1. He's really fighting back after that tough 14-16 loss in their last meeting. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure now, as Havoc quickly re-establishes his control over the pace. Havoc is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. The higher rated side is definitely showing his class right now. Absolutely untouchable, he's fully taken over this match now. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, marking a huge swing in momentum. Lancer is struggling to find that same magic from his win against Mist. Lancer puts an end to that run with a quick response. The gap on the ladder is clearly not playing a factor here. Havoc has been absolutely dominant lately with a 23-11 record over the last day. So yeah, he's clearly in a better rhythm than Lancer, who is struggling with a losing record today. It will be a steep climb for the underdog to close this gap. Lancer is just drowning at the moment, down 8-3. Lancer is really fighting to avoid a blowout here. Havoc takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what the ranking suggested. He's just too strong right now, and it'll take a huge shift for Lancer to stay in the game. Time for a complete reset. Havoc just can't be stopped, now sitting at 10-3. The number 11 ranking is starting to look very accurate. Wow, he almost went down. That was an absolute slugfest, but he manages to scrap through. That was a nail-biter, but the result stays the same. That's another lightning fast reaction, putting him just a single round away from victory. A desperate scramble here, but Lancer manages to outlast him in a wild exchange. A huge morale boost for the underdog right now. Lancer manages to clear him off the wine and keeps the momentum shifting. He's certainly awake now, refusing to go down without a fight. He's not letting up, securing another effortless kill to keep this run alive. The momentum has completely flipped in his favor. And there it is. Havoc shuts the door to secure the victory. He really fought back at the end, but he's just not capable of keeping up with that kind of precision over a full set. Welcome everyone, we've got Mist and Havoc facing off on fast aim, with the favorite looking to keep his dominance. Havoc looks comfortable taking control of the match starting from the ramp. He's certainly showing why he holds the historical advantage in this pair. Havoc is just too quick, catching Mist right as he tried to hold those planks. The top quartile talent is really starting to show. Havoc usually owns this matchup, having won nearly 70% of their total encounters. But it's important to remember that Mist just took the victory in their most recent meeting. He's clearly not intimidated by the odds today. A real battle for high ground there, but Havoc manages to outduel him for another round. Simply untouchable right now, he's completely shifted the momentum of this set. Another effortless kill from the ramp as he surges ahead in this match. Looking a lot like that top 9 seed right now. He just completely dismantles his opponent right off the ramp to reach 7. Another clean trade, and he's now secured 6 straight rounds. His 24-11 run today is really starting to peak. He secures another win from the ramp to push the tally to 9. He's clearly the one in control of this series. Finally, a response from Mist, getting a quick point on the board before we head into the break. We go into the break with Havoc holding a 9-3 lead. It is basically exactly how we expected this to go, given the skill gap between these two. He's in complete control of the map. Mist needs a spark here. Havoc quickly shuts down that attempt from the ramp to keep the pressure high. The rating difference really shows through in the composure he's displaying. Havoc just shuts that door tight, catching Mist right as he tried to push from the ramp. He looks like he's finally shaken off that loss from their last meeting. An incredibly clean finish. He's just a single round away from ending it all. The speed of that kill was absolutely frightening. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfectly timed shot for the match victory. A total shutdown by the top seed. Mist just couldn't find a way to trade with him today. Welcome to the arena. Mist and Lancer are facing off today to see who can climb the leaderboard. Lancer currently holds a slim edge in their head-to-head history with 1076 wins. And having just beaten Mist in their most recent encounter, he seems to have the mental upper hand today. It will be interesting to see if that confidence translates into a lead. Mist is really heating up now, leading 2-1. Absolutely commanding Mist is just refusing to let Lancer back into the match. He's definitely looking to bounce back from that rough set against Havoc. Lancer answers back quickly, keeping this series close. He's fighting through a really tough 10-25 run today. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 3-all. The higher seeded player is definitely feeling the pressure right now. The tides have completely turned as he secures a third straight point. Lancer is really proving to be the more consistent player in this matchup. The momentum has completely shifted and he is just steamrolling right through these exchanges. A clean response from Mist to keep the deficit at a single round. He's definitely fighting to get back on top of the ladder today. Lancer had no trouble finding him, simply picking Mist off the ramp to extend that lead. Lancer is really making the most of his 10-25 days so far. Mist has spent today fighting an uphill battle, bringing a 19-17 record into this set. So yeah, it's a shame, because the overall stats suggest he should be the one controlling the tempo. We're seeing him struggle to implement that theoretical advantage. Lancer is sitting comfortably on top at 8-4. I mean, the rankings had Mist as the slight favorite here, but he's just not finding a way to close the gap. We'll see if that trend holds after the switch. Lancer is cruising toward a double-digit lead now. The higher-rated player just can't find any answers today. Lancer is just dominating with a 10-4 lead. Lancer is playing like his 100th win over him is coming. Lancer was looking for a wrap, but Mist just snapped him up in a fraction of a second. Lancer is firmly in control with a 4-round cushion. Just a tiny bit of breathing room for the underdog. Another flawless flick by Mist. He is absolutely on fire right now. A messy trade that finally went in the veteran's favor. Lancer is really making the most of his matchups against a higher rated opponent. Lancer's lead is starting to shrink as we enter the final stretch here. Lancer is barely holding on to his lead against the higher seeded player. He's showing some serious grit, keeping the pressure on to trim this deficit. The pressure is clearly mounting for the favorites right now. He's completely taken over the map, putting a huge dent in that lead with a third straight point. Lancer is looking completely lost in these exchanges. Unbelievable. He digs deep to claw back a tie, completing an incredible run to level the score. Total deadlock now as we head into the final stretch. He simply will not stop, moving one step closer to an incredible victory. What a stunning finish! He has completely rewritten the script to claim this victory. He really put those earlier losses behind him and ground out this result. Lancer was just an inch too slow at the end. What a fight! Welcome to the stream! We've got Havoc and Lancer facing off on red line, with Havoc entering today's match as the favorite. Havoc owns this historical matchup with a 71% win rate over his opponent, but Lancer is looking sharp after that opening round to prove the numbers wrong. He just needs a few more strong sequences to flip the script today. Lancer is really taking control of the map early, winning a chaotic scramble on the ramp to build his lead. The gap in their ladders isn't showing much right now. Havoc is really putting the pressure on, quickly reacting to Lancer on the ramp to tie things up. He is certainly coming in as the stronger performer today. Lancer keeps the momentum as he leads 3-2. He's certainly making up for those earlier losses today. We are completely deadlocked at 3 apiece now. Lancer is certainly fighting an uphill battle with that 10-26 record today. Lancer is really trading blows with Havoc here, refusing to let the favorite pull away. The number 9 ranked guy is looking vulnerable here. Another tie. Havoc and Lancer are neck and neck at 4. Lancer has been struggling for consistency in his last 10 games. Unreal! Lancer scrapes through that one from the ramp, surviving with a mere sliver of health. Lancer is really shaking off the rust from his recent struggles. Lancer forces another deadlock, bringing things to 5-all. He's definitely riding a wave with 24 wins today. Lancer claws ahead by 1, taking a thin lead. That was an incredibly fast reset by Lancer. We're all squared up at 6 each. I mean, Havoc is still comfortably in the driver's seat here. Even with a deadlock, he's playing exactly how we expected him to against Lancer. Lancer edges forward again, holding a tight 7-6 lead. Lancer is really fighting a tough climb from that 30 spot on the ladder. Lancer is really staring down the victory now, managing to put Havoc away right there on the ramp. A tough spot for the top seed to be in. Absolutely crushing it right now. Lancer is just outclassing everything he sees. The momentum is shifting completely away from that previous victory. A completely untarnished performance by Havoc to pull this one back. That's exactly why the odds were so skewed in his favor. He manages to take Lancer down from the ramp and he's starting to claw his way back. He's showing exactly why he's the one to beat in this bracket. Havoc keeps his foot on the gas from the ramp, completely evening up the score. Lancer is officially reeling after that rapid collapse. Lancer quickly recovers his composure and secures another point. The gap in rating isn't reflecting in the scoreline tonight. Lancer is putting on a clinic here, shutting down the high ground and extending his lead. A very surprising turn of events, considering the historical dominance we've seen. He is refusing to go quietly, closing this one out effortlessly to keep his hopes alive. A ruthless finish from the ramp, and he's just one step away from the map. The pressure is mounting for the higher seeded player right now. What a scramble! Havoc hangs on by a thread to keep this series alive. That was a narrow escape to keep things interesting. Unbelievable. Lancer claims the map with a perfectly timed shot to close it all out. He really flipped the script today. Lancer just refused to break, completely ignoring the history in this rivalry. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we have Mist and Havoc facing off on orange. The favorite will need to stay sharp today. Havoc has the clear edge historically, having won about 68% of their encounters. That history seems to be sticking with them after the quick start we just saw. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can break that cycle. Unbelievable. He manages to scrape by with a tiny sliver of health to keep the streak alive. The gap in the rankings is becoming apparent early on. He's not going down without a fight, putting up a strong response here. We're seeing a much closer contest than the seeding suggested. He's showing some real grit now, picking up another one to bring the score closer. The underdog is fighting back after a shaky start. Havoc holds a solid lead with 4 rounds banked. He's definitely playing with confidence after that 13-free blowout on fast air. He's refusing to buckle, shutting that door quickly to stay right in the thick of it. Havoc takes a great path here, using that ramp to secure another round. He's definitely playing his way to that top quartile ranking. Havoc has been incredibly efficient today, putting up a 24-11 record over the last day. It's clear that momentum is carrying over into this set. Now he just needs to close the door on this lead. Mist just refuses to back down, tightening his grip on this series. Just a quick exchange, but that's a huge blow to the momentum. Havoc still controls the pace with a 3-round lead. He's certainly playing like the superior player on the ladder. Havoc heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we expected. He's clearly the better player on the day and is making the most of his advantages. Time for a fresh start. Mist just chipped away at that lead, trailing 5-8. An incredibly clean execution to secure that one. Havoc is pulling away again, now leading 9-5. He really seems to have the upper hand in this pairing. These rounds are ending faster and faster. Havoc is just completely on top of him right now. That was an incredibly fast exchange. He just completely shuts down that momentum shift with a perfectly placed headshot. The momentum has swung completely back, leaving Havoc just 1 round away from victory. A really polished kill to keep this battle going. It's a surprising turn of events for the favorite in this match. A huge response here as the underdog keeps the pressure mounting. Pure chaos right now as the lead starts to shrink. Absolutely incredible. He's just found another gear and continues to carve through this defense. What a way to close it out! Havoc puts on a display of pure skill to seal the victory. Mist really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't find a way to close it out. He's got a massive hill to climb whenever these two meet. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone, we're on Mappers today, as Mist takes on Lancer in an exciting 1v1 battle. Lancer currently holds the overall lead in their lifetime head-to-head battles. It's an interesting contrast because Mist is our higher rated player and historically more successful on this map. We'll see if he can flip this momentum back in his favor. Mist is really starting to pull away at 2-1. Lancer's recent form has been a bit shaky compared to his usual standard. A quick exchange and we're right back to a deadlock. Neither of these two is giving an inch. Lancer is really fighting to turn those recent struggles around. Lancer claws back to a 3-2 advantage. The lower seeded player is really making his mark here. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that firefight to keep his momentum going. It's a bit of a surprising shift given his tough run over the last day. A completely clean finish for Mist to keep things tight. Lancer has certainly been the tougher opponent in their long history together. Lancer really struggled to hold that ramp, and now we've got a total stalemate on our hands. The higher ranked player is starting to assert himself. Lancer barely maintains his slim edge at 5-4. He really needs this win after a tough 926 run today. Lancer has a massive volume of experience in this matchup with over 2,100 battles together. So yeah, he really seems to understand the spacing and timing needed to shut Mist down. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's really defying the odds by keeping Mist under pressure. It is a very close fight, but Lancer definitely has the upper hand right now. Let's see how they adapt. Absolutely frantic, he barely survives that shootout with just a sliver of health left. He's showing nerves of steel despite those low health totals. Lancer is firmly in control now, leading 9-5. The lower ranked player is taking total control of the map. What a fight! Mist clutches that from the ramp, barely surviving a chaotic trade to break the slide. He is proving that he can hold his own against the field today. Lancer is putting a grip on this at 10-6. Lancer is really making his case today, despite the ranking gap. Mist barely holds on, but Lancer leads 10-7. A tough stretch today for the higher rated side. Lancer is making a huge push here, really putting the pressure on Mist as he closes in on a victory. The rounds are becoming incredibly fast. They're basically just trading blows at this point. He's trying to get the momentum back to where it was in their previous encounter. A perfect read for Lancer, putting him just one round away from victory. Lancer is really putting his weight around in this series. And there it is, Lancer closes the door with a lightning fast shot to seal the victory. It's a huge statement for a guy who's had a rough day overall, but he just looked too sharp here. Welcome everyone to Dunes. Havoc and Lancer are facing off today, with the favorite looking for a dominant victory. Havoc has a huge historical advantage here with a 71% win rate against Lancer. It's clear the experience in this specific matchup is heavily weighted in his favor. We have to see if he can translate that legacy into another win today. Lancer's now got the upper hand with a 2-1 lead. He's really playing with house money right now. What a nail biter. Lancer barely clings to life after clearing him off the box. It's a rough start for the higher rated player today. Havoc manages to claw one back and narrows the gap to just a single round. He's really putting that higher ranking to work now. The momentum has completely shifted. Havoc looks dangerous now that he's found his footing. Lancer is staying aggressive, using that high ground to reclaim his lead. Lancer really seems to have the upper hand today. Lancer is really leaning into his recent momentum after a 10-26 day. It's a stark contrast to the usual result when these two meet. He's showing a whole new level of confidence against a top 10 opponent today. He's refusing to go away, showing some real grit to chip further into that deficit. He's really fighting to live up to that favorite status. Lancer is comfortably cruising with a 3-round cushion. He's proving that his recent victory on Redline wasn't a fluke. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he's defying the odds right now. Havoc is struggling to keep up with a player he usually beats with ease. Time for a total reset. He's not going away quietly, putting together a strong push to close that gap. The gap on the ladder is starting to feel very real. That was an intense scrap at the top, but Lancer managed to secure the trade and hold his ground. Lancer holds a commanding 3-round lead heading into 15. Pure aggression from Lancer, who completely shuts down that comeback attempt to keep the streak alive. He manages to pick the target off the box to claw another one back. A huge top 10 performance expected from the higher ranked player here. He's showing some serious heart, securing another round to keep this charge alive. The pressure is really mounting on the lower seeded player now. What a turnaround! He's now strung together 3 straight wins to keep this rally moving. The momentum is shifting in favor of the top rated competitor. Unbelievable! He has completely wiped out the lead to tie this up. Lancer is looking completely shaken after that rapid collapse. He is just on fire right now, taking total control of the match. Absolute carnage. He's just completely taken over the server, standing on the edge of victory. What a finish! Havoc completes the comeback to secure the map win. He nearly let this one slip away, but his composure in that final stretch was just too much to handle. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Mist and Havoc facing off in Italy today to see who comes out on top. Havoc really has this matchup figured out, winning 68% of their historic meetings. It's a clear mental advantage that's carrying over into this particular series. Especially after he just beat Mist in their last encounter. I wonder if Mist can shake that pattern. Mist is fighting back with a 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is suddenly on the ropes. Absolutely crushing it now. Mist just picked him off the wine to keep the momentum rolling. Havoc responds instantly to hold that run. The top quartile experience is starting to peek through here. Mist is really pulling away with the 4-2 cushion. He's really shaking off that tough loss from earlier today. Unbelievable, he walks away from that absolute brawl with just a sliver of health left. That's another smooth victory for the underdog, showing he's not going down without a fight. That was a quick reset to keep things competitive. Mist has a historically higher win rate on this particular map, and we're seeing that familiarity pay off in a big way. He's successfully reversing the trend we've seen in their other recent encounters today. It'll be a huge test for Havoc to dig himself out of this hole. A tough slugfest for both, but the resilience is showing as he digs deeper into this series. Havoc is quickly closing the gap in this series. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, Havoc was expected to run away with this, but Mist is proving to be a huge problem for him. This is turning into a complete toss-up. Time to see who blinks first. What a clean shot. He's continuing this charge back into the series. He's certainly reclaimed the lead here. He's firmly back in control of the tempo now. And just like that, Mist levels the playing field. Havoc have had a really strong run across his last few matches today. A perfect sequence for Havoc, who is refusing to let this match slip away. We are completely tied up at 8 apiece. It's impressive seeing the number 21 rank fight this hard. Mist takes a slim 1-round edge right now. Not a bad recovery after those 2 tough losses earlier. He's simply unstoppable right now, putting 3 more in the bag to seize a commanding lead. It's a surprising swing for a player who's been struggling lately. The onslaught continues as he just can't be stopped right now. A total reversal from that previous loss they shared on Orange. Havoc is showing real grit here, shutting that down completely to keep his hopes alive. A crucial stand for the favorite to prevent a blowout. A blistering reaction that puts the pressure right back on Mist. He's making the most of the momentum now. A sharp read here as he picks Havoc right off the wine to move within 1 round of victory. Absolute perfection for Mist, closing it out with a final burst to take the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered and finally broke that head-to-head curse. Just a phenomenal effort to secure the win. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we are on fast aim for this match between Mist and Lancer. Let's see who takes the win. Mist holds a clear advantage on this specific map, with a 51% win rate. He has generally been the more consistent player in today's sessions. It will be interesting to see if he can translate that early energy into a full match victory. Mist is putting on the pressure with a 2-1 lead. Lancer has a slight historical edge in their head-to-head. Lancer has completely flipped the script and now has the momentum firmly on his side. Mist just edges ahead, taking a commanding 3-2 lead. Lancer has definitely struggled to find any consistency today. We've got a deadlock here. Lancer levels it at 3-3. He's definitely finding his footing against the higher rated opponent. Mist just secures a nice quick victory from the ramp to pull ahead again. Lancer has been really struggling today with a 10-25 record over the last day. Well, it shows in how he's reacting to this lead. It is becoming a tough uphill battle for him to find a way back into this series. Mist keeps his narrow lead moving to 5-4. The underranked player is really fighting back here. Mist is really utilizing that ramp to keep the pressure high and build his lead. Lancer is having a rough go of it across the board today. Mist barely maintains the upper hand at 6-5. It's a tight battle between these two who have played thousands of times. Mist goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is tracking right on target. He's just slightly outperforming Lancer as the rating suggests, but the gap is small enough for a quick comeback. Let's see who finds their groove first. Lancer holds his ground on the ramp to pull this back to a tie. The lower seeded player is refusing to let his opponent run away with it. Mist continues to pull away, extending it to 8-6. Mist is really distancing himself now, leading 9-6. Really starting to look like the favorite today. That's 3 in a row for Mist, who is absolutely tearing through the competition right now. His rank 19 standing is starting to show through. Lancer manages to shut things down from the ramp to put a stop to that run. He is definitely proving why his head-to-head record is so close. He's simply too fast right now, shutting the door on any hope of another streak from his opponent. Mist is really tightening the grip on this series as we head into the final stretch. Absolutely effortless, he takes control of the ramp to put himself just one round away from victory. A swift response from Lancer, keeping his hopes alive in this final stretch. Lancer secures another victory from the ramp, refusing to let this series slip away. Lancer is playing with a lot more confidence than he was earlier. And there it is, Mist closes it out and secures the map victory. Lancer really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't close out those final few rounds. Tough loss. Welcome everyone to the arena. Today we have Havoc taking on Lancer with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Havoc holds a massive lifetime lead over Lancer with a 71% win rate in their head-to-head encounters. It's interesting to see Lancer taking an early advantage since the latter usually favors Havoc's consistency. We'll see if he can sustain this surprise start. Lancer is really playing aggressive early on, catching Havoc before he could even settle in on the ramp. Lancer is just dominating here, holding a commanding 3-1 lead. He's really fighting the trend of their previous meetings today. That is just brutal. He's completely taking control of the pace here. The gap in the ladder is really not showing up right now. Lancer keeps the heat on, picking him off the Tetris to extend his lead. He's putting a huge dent in that overall head-to-head lead. A clean response from the veteran, getting his first round of the match back. Lancer is really defying his form today, coming into this match with a 10-26 record over the last 24 hours. I mean, he looks completely rejuvenated regardless of those struggles. The big question now is if he can maintain this momentum against a much higher ranked opponent. Lancer is just too quick today, catching Havoc before he could even react from the Tetris. A really tough spot for the higher rated side to be in. Lancer stays in the driver's seat with a 7-4 lead. It's a gritty fight to get back into this game. Lancer is sitting on a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he is absolutely stealing this early on. Havoc is playing way below his ranking and has no answer for the pressure right now. Let's see if Havoc finds a way back. Lancer is still firmly in control at 8-5. He's really defying the odds we saw going into the start. Lancer's grip is tightening with a 9-5 advantage. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Lancer shuts the door on that momentum shift immediately, putting himself just 3 rounds away from the win. Lancer is just on fire, effortlessly dropping another one off the Tetris to keep this run moving. A tighter exchange this time, but he manages to come out on top. A momentary breather for the underdog after a brutal sequence. Havoc is starting to put up a fight here, finally finding some ground to claw his way back. His 23 wins today show why he's sitting in the top 11. Havoc shuts him down from the ramp to keep this surge rolling. He's finally starting to look like the favorite on the server. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he claws out a survival to keep the streak alive. Lancer is looking visibly shaken after that last scramble. Lancer swiftly shuts down the comeback, clearing him off the Tetris to put himself one step away from victory. The momentum shift we saw just now was barely a flicker. He refuses to give up, keeping this fight alive in the face of immense pressure. Lancer really needs to steady himself after that lapse. A flawless display of skill as he keeps the pressure high, bringing the gap down to a single round. Unbelievable. He manages to outlast his opponent in a brutal firefight to force a tie at 12-12. Pure nerves for both of them as we head into this decider. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing another victory to take the lead in this overtime thriller. The pressure is simply too much for Lancer to handle right now. What a scrap. He barely hangs on to keep this incredible run of 5 straight moving. Another nail-biting finish, barely walking away with that one. Lancer responds instantly, shutting down the momentum with a completely untouched win. What a fight! He scrapes by with almost nothing left, leveling the series at 14-14. Pure grit to keep this one alive. Absolute perfection in that exchange, moving him within a single round of closing this out. Lancer stays sharp to secure the equalizer, putting himself just 1 round away from a victory. Both players are just completely locked in now. Havoc takes the lead, edging ahead 16-15. Havoc pushes further ahead, now holding a 17-15 lead. Havoc is really pulling away now, leading 18-15. Absolute dominance to pull even further ahead. Havoc keeps surging, stretching his gap to 19-15. He just refused to buckle, surviving so many scares in overtime to finally close this out. Lancer played out of his mind today. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we've got a great matchup on Mapas today as Mist takes on the heavily favored Havoc. We're taking a quick timeout, but don't go anywhere as we'll be right back. And we are back in the action on Mapas with Mist and Havoc still locked at 0. Havoc typically holds the upper hand in this rivalry. He's won the vast majority of their historical meetings. Mist is clearly ignoring that history today and looks ready to challenge the status quo. Havoc is starting to build some serious momentum now, comfortably handling Mist even when he tries to play high. Mist is playing with a lot of poise here, managing to shut Havoc down on that ramp. He's looking much more confident after that narrow victory in their last encounter. Havoc holds a slim lead, putting Mist under pressure. His top 10 ranking is starting to show in these exchanges. Havoc's running away with it, leading by 2. He's definitely looking more settled since that recent loss to Mist. He keeps up the pressure, securing another win from the ramp to take a 3-round lead. Just a total shutdown, he's completely seized control of this series now. A complete reversal of fortune as Havoc extends his run to 5 straight. He is simply on another level right now, extending that streak to 6 straight. It's starting to feel like the regular matchup again. He keeps it going from the ramp, continuing this absolute tear through the match. His top 10 ranking is becoming very apparent here. Havoc takes a massive 10-2 lead into the break. Honestly, we're seeing exactly what the numbers promised. He's simply too strong right now, especially after that 8-round tier. Time for Mist to find a spark. Mist is really fighting back with a 2015 record over the last day. It's clear that recent form is keeping him in the fight. The question is whether he can actually sustain this energy to close the gap. Unreal! Mist is on a tear, taking down the leader and extending his run to 3. He's completely flipped the script, claiming his 4th straight victory. It's a complete shift from what we usually see in this head-to-head. He is simply outclassing the favorite right now, taking a 5th consecutive round without taking a single hit. Just an absolute wall of momentum now as he grabs another one, firmly taking control of the server. Havoc snaps that streak immediately with a clean reaction. He needs just a pair more to secure the series. A hard-fought trade, but he manages to come out on top and puts the map in his hands. The skill gap is proving difficult to overcome in this final stretch. And there it is. Havoc closes out the series with a final, decisive burst. Mist certainly put up a fight mid-game, but he just couldn't keep up with that level of consistency. Still a huge effort from him. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Mist and Lancer are facing off on orange to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Lancer holds a slight all-time lead in their head-to-head history. Well, that long-term ownership has always made these two an incredibly close match. We'll see if Lancer can use that confidence to keep the early pressure on. Lancer's just edging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is desperately needing a strong outing after a rough few games. We've got a dead heat here. Neither player can seem to pull away from the other. Lancer's had a tough day so far with that 926 record. What a scrap! He barely walked away from that exchange, clutching the win by a hair. He's fighting an uphill battle as the lower-rated competitor today. Lancer is starting to run away with a 4-2 lead. The lower-rated man is putting on a show right now. Mist quickly closes the gap to a tight 4-3. He's certainly putting that upper half ranking to use right now. Mist has completely flipped the script here, stealing all the momentum to force this tie. Both players are essentially starting from zero now. Lancer barely holds a one-round advantage at 5-4. That was a lightning-fast exchange to take the lead. And we are back to a deadlock at 5 apiece. Lancer is really struggling to find any consistency today. Mist holds the high ground on the ramp to keep this momentum going. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of those recent losses today. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, it's an incredibly fair split. Lancer has played some great defense to keep this even despite entering the lobby with a dismal 926 record today. A completely fresh slate here. Mist takes the lead with a tight 7-6 score.
A tough hour for Lancer, who has seen a victory in his last 3 series.
Lancer claws back, bringing us to a thrilling 7-7. Lancer is really fighting to flip the script from his recent slump. Lancer is putting a lot of pressure on Mist now, winning 3 of the last 4 rounds. His overall historical lead over the years seems to be playing a role. What an absolute war! He barely clung on with a sliver of health to keep this run alive. Unreal, he survived a total firefight and managed to outlast his opponent by the thinnest of margins. Mist has actually been a bit more consistent lately, coming in with a solid 2016 record over the last day. It's really surprising to see him trailing in this set, given how much better his current form is compared to Lancer's. He'll need a quick reaction here to avoid slipping further behind. Lancer is on fire right now, moving a single round away from victory. Lancer is just completely shutting him down right now. A fierce straight of fire, but Mist holds his ground to keep the dream alive. The higher-seeded man refuses to go down without a fight. Absolutely phenomenal finish. Lancer seals the deal with a clean shot to secure the map. He really played the spoiler today, just an incredible way to shake off that losing streak and get back in the winner's circle. What a fight! Welcome to Italy, we have Havoc and Lancer facing off, with the favorite looking to maintain their dominant streak today. Havoc enters this match with a significant head-to-head advantage, boasting 748 total wins over Lancer. Well, it's a historical gap that often translates into real mental pressure for the underdog. The big question is if Lancer can actually flip the script today. Lancer holds a narrow lead as we hit round 3. Lancer is really putting on a clinic given his rough 10-26 run today. Lancer is simply too fast right now, walking away with another unscathed victory. A tough start for the 9th ranked player in the server. A sharp response from Havoc to keep things competitive. He's managed a strong 24-10 run over the last day. Lancer's now dominating with a commanding 4-2 cushion. The odds usually lean far more heavily towards the other side. Lancer has a slight edge on this specific map with a 47% win rate. I mean, it's a small margin, but he's definitely making the most of that familiarity right now. Havoc needs to find a way to shut this down quickly. He's showing some real grit here, picking up another one to keep this fight alive. His ranking as a top 10 seed is finally starting to show. Unreal. He's completely shifted the energy, bringing the score level with another quick pop. He's simply unstoppable right now, dragging Lancer off the wine to claim a 4th straight. He's putting on a clinic, just like the favorite we expected. We are all square at 6-6 heading into the break. And honestly, it's a fair result given how these two have traded momentum shifts. Lancer is fighting hard, but Havoc's overall superiority is keeping him right in the mix. Lancer regains the edge, moving ahead 7-6. He's certainly looking to avenge that 15-19 loss from their last encounter. And he's back in it. That was a pristine flick to bring the score dead even. He's really digging deep, securing a 2nd straight to reclaim the lead. He's really starting to push his advantage as the favorite. What a slugfest. He barely survives that exchange to take a commanding 2-round lead. That was a nail-biter, but he keeps the momentum rolling. A fast response to get the tally back to 9-8. It's a battle of will between the two in the middle of the pack. He just won't back down, securing another swift victory to extend the lead. Lancer is fighting an uphill battle against one of the elite players. Havoc just pulls ahead, edging it 10-9. He's managed a respectable showing despite being outranked by nearly 20 spots. Lancer is on fire right now, cleaning up and shutting down Havoc's attempt to hold the high ground. Absolute deadlock as we enter the home stretch. He's showing incredible resolve, surviving a heavy opening trade to claw back the lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange to reclaim control. Everything's come down to a complete toss-up. It is anyone's game at this stage. Lancer is really fighting his way back into this one. Simply relentless, he earns match point after a flawless exchange. He really has the mental edge in this series. Absolutely breathless. Lancer forces a draw and we are officially headed to overtime. The lower ranked man is refusing to go away. Havoc is absolutely surging, taking that exchange without losing a single point of health. That is a huge response as we look toward the series finale. Havoc picks him off the wine, showing incredible tenacity to keep this surge alive. He's completely in control now, putting immense pressure on Lancer as he moves within one of the finish line. Unbelievable! He closes out the series with an absolute stunner of a shot to secure the win. Lancer really pushed him to the brink, but the experience finally paid off in those closing moments of overtime. What a match! Welcome everyone, we have Mist and Havoc facing off on red line, with Havoc entering this match as the clear favorite. Havoc really holds the upper hand in this head-to-head, taking a huge majority of their past meetings, and he's entering this one with a massive amount of confidence after a 3-match win streak. He'll want to use that psychological edge to end this quickly. Havoc is cruising now, holding a commanding 2-1 lead. He's certainly looking to shake off that poor 8-13 result from earlier. These exchanges are getting quicker and quicker, and Havoc is really starting to put the pressure on. Havoc is just too quick on the trigger right now, and he's really starting to separate himself from Mist. He's showing exactly why he's a top 10 player right now. And he just won't let up, taking total control of this series. He's really mirroring that victory from their most recent clash. Mist responds with a crisp exchange to keep the score at 2-5. His 18-17 record today shows he can certainly hang with the best. He's really digging in, securing another clean win to narrow the gap. The momentum is shifting away from the heavy favorite. He just catches him right off the ramp and continues this surge. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite right now. Unreal. He has completely erased that early deficit to level this match at 5-all. A complete reversal of fortunes from where this series started. Havoc regains the lead just before we head into the break. He looks incredibly sharp today, putting up a 25-10 run so far. We go into the break with Havoc leading 7-5. Things are playing out exactly as we expected. Mist put up a great fight with that one long run, but Havoc has been too steady. Time to swap sides. Mist gets his eyes back on the target and wins the opener of the second half. He's fighting back after a tough series against Zephyr yesterday. Havoc manages to keep himself on top here, holding that ramp position to push his lead back to 2. He really looks like the higher ranked player today. Havoc is sitting on a strong 70% win rate in his last 10 series. And you can see that consistency translating into this map right now. He's clearly the more confident player as he pushes for a decisive lead. Havoc holds his ground from the ramp to extend his lead to 10-6. He's really capitalizing on that skill gap from the ladder today. He's simply not letting up, securing another win to keep that momentum rolling. A look at the rankings shows just how huge the skill gap is here. Havoc is just too strong, fighting off the pressure from the box to move within one round of victory. His recent dominance against the field really stands out tonight. And there it is! He closes out the game with a decisive flurry of shots to secure the win. Just another day at the office for a player who truly knows how to dismantle his opponent. He's putting on a clinic this afternoon. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Mist and Lancer facing off in a close matchup today. Lancer has held the edge in their long history with 1078 total wins over Mist. It's interesting that he's struggling to find that same dominance after losing their most recent meeting. Let's see if that history still carries weight here. Goodness, what a fight. He barely clutched that one out with a tiny shred of health left. A strong start for a player who has felt the struggle in his recent matches. Mist is suddenly in control with a 2-1 lead. It looks like Lancer is getting back to his usual self. Pure deadlock now with both Mist and Lancer tied up. A rough stretch lately for the higher rated man. He's completely taken over the map, claiming his third straight victory in a flawless burst. Lancer is just too quick, completing a total takeover with 4 straight wins. He's certainly putting that recent 13-9 win to good use. He's just completely shifted the tide now, claiming his 5th straight round. Rougher timing for a favorite, considering his recent struggles. Lancer is on absolute fire, extending his streak to 6 straight rounds. A tough afternoon so far for the higher ranked player. Mist finds his footing by securing a clean victory from the box. He's still fighting hard despite a rough 3-match slump today. Lancer is really capitalizing on the momentum here, knowing he's already pushed his recent match success to an 18-18 level across the board. Well, seeing that spread across the day, he looks way more comfortable than Mist does right now. We'll see if this lead translates into a quick close. Lancer takes a big lead into the break at 9-3. I mean, he's completely overperforming right now. We expected a tight contest, but Lancer is just outclassing Mist in these early exchanges. Time for a total reset. Lancer has a massive 10-free cushion here. Looking at the rankings, it's a bit surprising to see the lower seed in total control. Lancer completely dismantles him from the floor while Mist was perched up on the Tetris. Hard to shake that feeling of his recent loss streak tonight. Mist is fighting for every single round now, refusing to let Lancer wrap this up easily. He's fighting an uphill battle as the 21st ranked seed. Mist is putting on a show from the top, effectively shutting down Lancer's momentum for the time being. Lancer is just a single round away from closing out the map. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite in this one. What a finish! Lancer closes it out with a huge final play to secure the series. Lancer really looks like he's turned the corner today, shaking off those earlier losses to completely dismantle the competition here. Welcome everyone, we're on fast aim today for a clash between Havoc and Lancer. Havoc is the favorite here. Lancer was just a bit sharper there, picking Havoc off the ramp to open the match. Lancer's looking to bridge that massive rating gap early. Absolute chaos here, and Lancer barely clutched it out with a sliver of health. It's a total flip from their most recent encounter. Havoc owns this matchup with a 71% win rate historically. He's a lot more consistent over the long term than Lancer is. It's really a question of if Lancer can keep this early lead from slipping away. Havoc just completely flipped the script, shaking off those first 2 rounds to even things up. He's really leaning into that 25-9 run from today. He's totally in control now, taking a commanding lead after another flawless round. The top 8 ranking is really starting to show here. The momentum has shifted entirely, and he's just cruised to a 4th straight victory. Lancer answers back quickly, keeping the score tight. Lancer is definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder today. We are deadlocked at 4-all as we head back. Lancer is really fighting back despite that low rating gap. He's on a roll now, putting 3 more in the bag with total ease. Lancer really needs a big result after that rough 10-26 run today. Havoc is back in the mix, bringing the score level at 5-all. Both of these guys have an incredibly long history together. Lancer is putting on a real clinic right now, taking control of the map and catching Havoc out on the ramp. That looks like a huge mental win after his tough loss on Italy. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. I mean, the rankings suggested a completely different story today. He's stubbornly refusing to fold against a top 10 opponent right now. Time to see if Havoc recovers. Havoc shuts that down immediately, catching Lancer out on the ramp to bring us right back to a tie. That's a stark contrast to Lancer's dominant match against Mist. Lancer is really defying the numbers today, since he typically only wins about 43% of his rounds on this map. Well, he's showing some surprising resilience and putting his opponent under a lot of pressure. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that focus through the finish. Havoc is really starting to pile on the pressure, cleaning up from the ramp to keep the momentum swinging his way. Lancer is keeping his foot on the gas, picking up another round while holding that ramp position. The momentum is shifting away from that previous Italy match. Lancer just read him like a book, punishing that high spot on the wine box to take another round. A real test of nerve for the number 28 seed. Lancer holds steady, outlasting the pressure to extend this run to 3 straight. This is far from how their recent Italy clash went. Lancer keeps the heat on, putting himself 1 round away from victory. A complete reversal of the projected outcome for this duel. Unbelievable. Lancer scrapes through that absolute bloodbath with barely anything left to close out the match. He really pushed through some scary moments to get this done. Just a massive shift in momentum. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We're on Dunes today for a clash between Mist and the heavily favored Havoc. Havoc has really dominated this pairing historically, taking the win in 68% of their meetings. So it's surprising to see the favorites starting on their heels after that first exchange. We'll have to see if Mist can keep up this pressure. Mist is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. The top quartile favorite is definitely feeling the heat right now. A real nail biter so far. Neither player is giving an inch in these opening exchanges. He's definitely shaken off those early nerves. Mist clings to a narrow edge at 3-2. He's clearly not letting that recent loss to Lancer get in his head. Mist keeps pulling away with a solid 4-2 lead. The momentum has shifted completely since their last encounter. He secures the victory from the box, putting a real stranglehold on this series. He is completely disregarding that top 10 ranking for now. He digs deep to find a way back into this, claiming the round from the box. His raw skill is clearly starting to show through. He's refusing to go away, putting up another win to keep this fight alive. The gap in their ladder ratings is definitely starting to close. What a turnaround! He's wiped out that lead and we're all square at 5-5. He's completely taking control of the map, claiming another huge round from the box. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as predicted. He managed a strong 5-round run to keep things comfortable, but Mist is still very much in this. Let's see if Mist can claw back. He makes quick work of that exchange, keeping the pressure on to hold an 8-5 advantage. He's looking far more settled than during those early struggles. A completely clean shot to bring it back to 6-8, showing real grit as he pushes this closer. He's refusing to buckle, taking his second straight round to keep this deficit manageable. Those last two exchanges were a complete shutout. A crisp read to clear him off the box, as Havoc continues to climb back into this series. He's showing incredible resolve, continuing his climb back into this set. Pure skill gap is non-existent in this specific series. Unbelievable. Mist manages to pluck him off the box and levels the score at 9-9. An effortless trade for Havoc, reclaiming the lead by a single round. Absolutely untouchable in that exchange. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Absolute chaos in the trade. He almost goes down, but barely survives the wreckage to take a 11-10 lead. He just can't be stopped. Mist secures another one to move within striking distance of the victory. What a response from Havoc. He shuts that down completely to keep the dream alive. It's a high pressure spot for the top seeded player here. He shuts the door on that run and forces a deadlock. We are heading to overtime. He's on absolute fire right now, securing another clean win to take a 13-12 lead. Absolute precision from him in these closing moments. A stunning response to level things up at 13-13, refusing to let his opponent pull away. What a scrap! Both were battered, but Mist managed to survive that brawl and take the lead. That's an incredibly tight window to keep his lead. Pure dominance as he fires another bullet through his opponent to put himself one round away from the win. Truly incredible for the underdog to seize control like this. Absolutely incredible. Mist completes the comeback and claims the series with a perfect final sequence. He just completely flipped the script on everything we've seen from these two. After that long losing streak, he's finally found a way to break through. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Mist and Lancer are ready to face off right now on Mappas. Lancer holds a narrow lead in their massive head-to-head history. He's really capitalizing on that mental edge after their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can turn the tide here. Lancer is absolutely cruising with a 2-0 lead. Both of these guys are sitting right in the middle of our ladder. Lancer just takes the lead, pushing it to 2-1. Lancer has been a bit shaky in his last few games today. Mist has completely flipped the script, erasing that early deficit and leveling things up. Lancer's rough day continues as he's still sitting at 11-25. He's simply too fast right now, taking a third straight to secure the lead. He's really fighting back after those tough losses in his last few games. What a display! He just blew Lancer off the ramp to keep this incredible run going. Lancer answers back immediately, putting a stop to that sudden surge. The rank 27 spot is showing some real grit right now. We've got a total deadlock now at 4-4. The momentum feels similar to their previous meeting. Mist pulls ahead by a single round. He's playing a much tighter set than those earlier defeats today. Emotion Mid-Mist has been sitting on a rough stretch with a 4-game losing streak entering this match. It's clearly a huge mental lift for him to be pushing this lead right now. I wonder if the confidence will stick Emotion Mid. The heat is really picking up now for Mist, who just secured a strong lead heading into the break. Lancer just can't find a way to stop the bleed before the half. Mist holds an 8-4 lead at the half. I mean, this is a huge shift for someone who entered the series on a 4-game losing streak. He's completely taken control and is looking much sharper than his recent matches. Let's see if Lancer can adjust. Mist is just relentless, pushing the tally to 9-4. A completely different look from that 5-13 loss they had earlier. Lancer strikes back, cutting the deficit to 9-5. It's a tough spot for Lancer, but he's definitely proving he can hang. Mist is putting some serious distance between himself and Lancer here, taking full control of the tempo. Lancer is just completely outclassed in this series. He can't seem to get any traction against this version of Mist. Lancer is trying to claw his way back into this, but he's still staring down a pretty steep climb. Lancer has definitely been the stronger one in their overall history. That was effortless. He's now just a single round away from victory. It's been an uphill battle for the number 27 seed since the break. Lancer finds a way to stay in this, shutting down the immediate threat. He's keeping his composure under an immense amount of pressure. Lancer is refusing to go down quietly, putting up a huge wall right when it matters most. Lancer is clearly fighting for his life in this series. He's on a roll now, grabbing another quick victory to keep this comeback alive. What a finish. Mist slams the door shut to secure the victory. Lancer really put up a fight late, but he just couldn't close that gap. Truly gritty effort, hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We have Havoc and Lancer stepping up to see who can claim more rounds today. Havoc has dominated this head-to-head historically, winning about 71% of their previous encounters. It's an incredibly steep hill for Lancer to climb, especially considering he's currently struggling with a 11-24 record today. He'll need to find a way to flip the script quickly. Lancer is really putting the pressure on here, comfortably taking control after catching Havoc on the ramp. A complete shutdown. Lancer refuses to let up, extending his lead to 3 rounds. He's absolutely owning this map right now, barely taking any damage in that exchange. This is a surprising shift for a top 10 ladder seed. Lancer just tore through him from the ramp to keep this hot streak alive. That's a massive shift compared to their usual dynamics. He just can't find an answer, dropping another victim from the ramp to reach a 6-round tier. Havoc finally answers back, showing he can still compete in this series. He is certainly leaning on his experience in this rivalry. Havoc just proved he could handle the verticality coming right through Lancer on the ramp. The top 9 seed is finally starting to look like himself. Lancer has only won 30% of their historical matchups. It's rare to see him this comfortable against a player who usually reads him so well. We have to wonder if that previous win today has given him the confidence to keep this lead. Lancer holds a commanding 9-3 lead going into the break. Well, Havoc entered this as the heavy favorite, but he looks completely lost right now. He'll need a huge wake-up call to close a 6-round gap. Time for Havoc to dig deep. Havoc is refusing to let this match slide, this time picking Lancer right off the ramp. The gap in their ladder rankings is starting to show. Lancer's just crushing it, sitting pretty with a 10-4 lead. The underdog is really finding his footing in this pair of games. Havoc uses that height advantage to secure another one, keeping the pressure on Lancer. He's clearly looking to bounce back after that tough loss on Fast Aim. Lancer still in the driver's seat at 10-6. Lancer had a great 13-5 outing earlier today, but it's getting shaky. Lancer is just completely ignoring the rankings today. He looks far too comfortable with this lead. The odds are not playing in Havoc's favor tonight. That was a close exchange, but Lancer manages to outlast him to reach match point. Lancer is just completely erasing any hope of a comeback. He comes through in a frantic brawl on the ramp to stay alive. He really needed that narrow escape to keep things interesting. He's fighting back with a second straight victory to keep this series alive. The pressure is really starting to mount on Lancer's end. What a finish! Lancer closes it out with an incredible final sequence to secure the map. To pull off 2 maps in a row against his nemesis is just wild. Lancer is truly having a career day. Welcome to the Berserk League. Mist and Havoc are ready to face off on Italy to see who wins today. Havoc historically controls this pairing, having a significant lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear why he's the favorite today, especially with his strong 24-11 record over the last day. We have to see if Mist can actually push back. Havoc is really pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. That was a lightning fast trade to take the lead. Things are perfectly balanced right now. We've got ourselves a dead heat as they head into the 5th. Havoc takes a slim 3-2 lead into this one. He looks a lot more comfortable after that struggle against Lancer earlier. Havoc is dominating now, pushing his lead to 4-2. The higher seed is firmly in the driver's seat here. Mist takes the round with a quick peek from the wine, making it a very close series. Looking like the number 21 seed is starting to find some gaps. Mist manages a decent 51% win rate on this particular map, but that's not helping him much right now. He's struggling to put together any real momentum to challenge the higher seed. It'll be tough to turn the tide from here. He's refusing to go quietly, digging deep to cut the lead back to 2. The pressure is starting to mount for the favorite. He completely blindsided the favorite with that shot, keeping the pressure high right before the interval. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's largely keeping that head-to-head advantage intact for now. He looks solid, but Mist is definitely staying in the fight. Time to see if Mist can respond. Mist isn't backing down, quickly picking him off the wine to keep this comeback alive. He's starting to look like a real threat in this matchup. Havoc holds a narrow 8-6 advantage heading in. The top quartile rating is proven to be a real factor. Unreal! He barely clings to life with 15 health after that absolute slugfest. That was way too close for comfort. That is a huge response. He completely shuts down the momentum shift and takes control once again. A clean exchange here, and he secures another point for the climb. He's fighting against a huge career deficit in this rivalry. He is showing serious grit here, securing another win to chip away at that lead. He's just too fast right now, strolling into this fight and coming out completely untouched. The underdog is truly starting to dismantle the script. Havoc answers back with a sharp reaction, reclaiming the momentum. Mist is just not letting up, putting the pressure back on Havoc with a flawless sequence. The gap is officially down to a single round. He just shut the door on that momentum shift, putting himself on the verge of victory. It's becoming a real war of nerves out here. Game over. Havoc closes the door with a superior reaction to take the series. Mist really pushed the pace today, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. Truly a grinder of a set. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. We have Mist and Lancer facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a narrow lead in their all-time head-to-head history, but Mist generally performs better on this specific layout. It will be interesting to see if that map advantage starts to weigh in here. He's simply too fast right now, taking total control of the match with a third straight win. He's playing like the underdog right now. He just completely shuts everything down, clearing Mist off the ramp to maintain his grip on this set. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter on Mappas. Lancer is absolutely unstoppable right now, securing another win from the ramp. Absolute perfection from Lancer, who keeps the momentum surging with a 6th straight win. He claims another victory from the ramp, pushing the deficit to 7-0. He's simply too consistent, extending his lead to 8 rounds as he keeps the pressure high. Finally, Mist finds his mark and kicks the other player off the ramp. He'll be looking to build on that 13-9 result they just shared. Mist currently sits at rank 21 in our rating, making him the higher seeded player in this pairing, and now we're seeing that class difference emerge. It's a stark shift from the start, but if he continues this pace, he could easily overturn this deficit. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, Mist was expected to control this based on his map history, but he's just not keeping up. He's fighting back now, but the momentum is still firmly with Lancer. Time to switch it up. Lancer is just dominating now, sitting on 9 rounds. A quick response to halt that momentum swing. Lancer definitely looks more comfortable throughout this series. Lancer is still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. Looking to keep those recent head-to-head wins coming. Lancer is proving that his height advantage is a huge factor right now, simply refusing to let Mist settle back in. The speed of these exchanges is just incredible. Lancer is basically blinking and the round is over. He's fighting back, but Lancer is just too far ahead for a small comeback to matter right now. He's really leaning on that upper half rating to keep this alive. Mist is really putting on a show now, taking a huge chunk out of that early lead. He completely takes over the high ground, claiming his 3rd straight win in an effortless exchange. Unbelievable, he just can't be stopped, extending this hot streak to 4 straight wins. Goodness, he barely survives. A heart-stopping fight that gives him 5 straight wins. Absolute nails to the wall for that victory. Lancer quickly seizes back the momentum, leaving him just a single round shy of victory. And that's the game. Lancer shuts the door with a flawless finishing blow to seal the victory. Mist really pushed him to the limit late in the game, but he just couldn't close out the final push. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone! We're on Orange for a match between Havoc and Lancer, where the favorite looks to secure another victory. Havoc enters this series with a heavy 71% head-to-head win rate over Lancer. It's definitely an imposing lead, but we just saw Lancer take the first round after beating him in their most recent meeting. He'll need to shake that off if he wants to regain control. Lancer is really rolling now, extending his lead to 2-1. Hard to believe the ladder gap right now. What a scrap! He barely scrapes through that exchange to even the score. Just a completely wide open match so far. Lancer's holding the edge with a tight 3-2 lead. The gap between these two in the ladder is barely noticeable right now. Absolute chaos in this trade, and Lancer somehow walks away with the round. Lancer's rank doesn't seem to be hindering him today. Lancer is putting on a clinic with that 4-3 lead. He's definitely feeling the pressure of his recent 12-24 record today. Havoc fights back to bring us dead even. Havoc has been having a much better day overall with that 24-10 run. He's absolutely on fire now, taking full control of this series. The rating difference is becoming an issue for his opponent. He's just unstoppable right now, netting another fast kill to extend his series lead. The top quartile talent is starting to show. He's just completely taken over, padding his lead with another fast exchange. He's comfortably in control of the map advantage here. Havoc takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the higher seed is just doing exactly what we expected to see. Lancer had a few lucky breaks, but that 6th round tier from Havoc really shifted the weight of this game. Time to see if Lancer resets. Havoc is looking incredibly sharp with that 24-10 record over the last day. He's really converted that momentum into a dominant half-point cushion. It'll be a huge mountain to climb for Lancer if he can't find a way to slow this pace down. He's just too quick, claiming another one to keep this run alive. Lancer is really feeling the weight of that rank 25 spot. Simply a wall of precision right now. Is officially in a position to close this out. That was a textbook example of how to close a gap. What an unbelievable ending. He survives by the skin of his teeth to close out the series. He just completely shut things down, asserting his authority over that map. After a rough start, Lancer did his best, but he just couldn't keep up with that raw speed. Welcome to Berserk League duels on Dunes. We have missed taking on the favored Havoc in this match. Havoc generally wins these matchups a huge 68% of the time. It's an intimidating number, and it makes this early lead for Mist feel like a bit of a shock. We'll see if he can keep the momentum shifting. Mist is staring down a huge 2-1 cushion here. It's an interesting shift for the rank 23 player right now. What a scramble! He claws back to a tie after surviving on a heartbeat. He's looking sharp after that 13-4 win over Lancer earlier. Mist holds a narrow edge with that 3-2 lead. It's quite a turnaround for a player who just dropped his last two. Absolutely harrowing exchange. He manages to outlast Mist by the skin of his teeth to tie things up. Havoc finally pulls ahead, taking a tight 4-3 lead. The top quartile talent is starting to show here. He's simply too fast right now, securing another effortless victory to take total control. Havoc completely takes over, shutting the door from the box to keep this streak rolling. He's completely controlling the tempo in this series. The momentum shift is complete, with a 5th straight round in the books. His recent form on this surface has been incredibly steady. He's simply on another level right now, pushing his lead to 5 as we head toward the break. Havoc enters the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. Well, this is exactly what we expected to see from the higher seeded player. He simply looked too strong during that 6-round run to let Mist back into the game. Mist needs a big response here. Havoc has been incredibly efficient today with a 25-10 record over the last day. That kind of confidence is clearly translating into this map, where he just continues to outpace his opponent. Now the pressure is entirely on Mist to find a way back. Havoc is just relentlessly pulling away, sitting at 9-6. He's really putting on the pressure with these quick bursts. He's simply refusing to go away, shutting down the opposition to string together another win. He's absolutely on fire right now, continuing this incredible run to narrow the gap. Unbelievable, we are completely deadlocked at 9-all as he carries all the momentum into the final stretch. A complete reversal of fortunes as he cruises to a 6th straight victory. The confidence is shifting completely in this set. A sharp exchange that ends quickly, bringing everything back to an even split. A total reset of the scoreboard as we hit the final stretch. Havoc is really stacking up the wins right now, just carving through the late game. He's really finding his stride in these long-distance battles. Absolutely effortless, and he's just one step away from ending this match. A devastating sequence for Mist to walk into. What a finish. He closes out the series in style to take the win. Mist really pushed him to the limit this time, but his rival just had a slightly faster gear when it counted. What a match!